It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. I should put my microphone somewhere so you guys can actually hear me. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Been having lots of interesting conversations. And if you weren't aware, Tucker Carlson and Fox News have decided to part ways. Very, very interesting times, I have to say. I think this is not a minor. This is not a minor event in world history. And I think way too many people seem to not understand how not minor of an event in world history this is. There are other things which I wanted to talk about. Hopefully, Chazi and Yosef will be able to join us, but Vervaeke's discussion of AI, I was listening to somebody characterize it, and I thought, really, Don Lemon left CNN? I did not know that. Well, okay, I think Don Lemon is going to find out that I think Don Lemon is going to find out that he's not the personality he thinks he is, and I think Fox is going to find out. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the exact terms under which I will be out of cell range shortly. See you at 5. I will, yes, see you at 5, Tim. So, whatever you guys want to talk about, I am not going to. I mean, there are lots and lots of stuff to talk about. I actually am thinking of setting up a some sort of discussion. Where is that tweet? I've been tweeting. Oh, there's the 60 Minutes interview. That's such funny timing. The 60 Minutes interview with Ray Epps. That's been interesting stuff. All the AI stuff, but yeah, I was hoping this tweet might get some sort of response from Paul Vanderklay. I'm wondering what he thinks. The school psychologist has become the secular substitute for the pastor. I blame Abraham Kuyper's sphere sovereignty. Catholic subsidiarity is a far better and more biblical model. I'm trying to find somebody who's willing to defend Kuyper, and then maybe have Max. Max doesn't come on the channel, but very often. He's been a couple of times, but he's a clinical social worker, and he works in schools, and that's what we've been talking about. What the hell did John Vervaeke say about AI? Father Eric had an interesting take, but I'm doubtful of that description. Oh, right. It was Father Eric who, yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the take was. Like, I did listen to, as much as it was trying to be a video essay, I think I don't think the conversants were actually great conversants. I actually think he should have had this discussion with possibly with Yosef, actually. Um, Despite the fact he talks so little about it, Yosef is um, the only person other than Vervaeke who is that I know of who, and that's how Yosef found himself in this low corner. Is Yeah, Tim says, yeah, they just patted him on the back. So Yosef actually he bumped into this corner because of his interest in AI. If he will ever finishes his damn dissertation, which was due a year ago. Hi, Tayo. Um, he will finally have his PhD in robotics from Georgia Tech. I believe it's Georgia Tech. But and he's working full time in some sort of robotic stuff. He actually works on trust, on technological trust and that type of stuff. Hey, Nate. Oh, by the way, Nate, did you ever get in touch with Tim? Um, you and Tim need to talk to each other. But Yeah, maybe Yosef, but Sam is really good at having discussions, and he knows much more about AI and this stuff than I do. Um, and Gavin actually pulled a pretty good quote. I think it was a salient quote from Vervaeke, where Vervaeke said, "I haven't read all of the stuff because there's already too much for any one person to read," and I think that highlights the I'm not sure what you mean GT top tier for such things. Game theory? Um, anyway, what was I saying? I was talking about Gavin. Oh, about how I think there's insufficient distributed cognition being put into all of this. Too much into the individualism. Georgia Tech, yes. Oh, yeah. Yosef is definitely top tier um, in a lot of things. If he ever finishes his damn dissertation, and then I have to yell at Chazi for about his father. Um, Chazi's been holding out on us. Um, yeah, but I don't want to just sit here and like talk to myself. So somebody jump on. Where's my cat? My cat is sleeping on my exercise mat, which I never use. Well, at least it's getting a tiny bit. Chazi! Chazi's eventually going to come on so I can scream at him. Scream at him. Oh, and there's a rousing debate on my server about which Final Fantasy is best, and apparently the argument is between 6 and 7. I think I've played Final Fantasy. Still not sure about this AI statement. Which AI statement? Chazi is playing Lego with his kids, which is important. Teo says 7. Um, Jason is advocating for 9, but don't know. Seems like 7 may be the. Oh, Neutrino says 3. I don't know. I'm not even sure I've played Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. What's the mechanics of Final Fantasy? Like, it's not the one where it's you. I really got pissed off by the ones where where the fighting is you have your group and then there's the other thing and you choose the attack. And even though I usually don't like the game has been compared to Magic the Gathering. Really? Oh, there's a trading card game. I generally like turn-based games, but for some reason there was which game am I thinking of? Legend of Zelda. That there was turn-based play I didn't really like. Yes, Zach, I would have definitely guessed that you were a GTA guy. Hey, how you doing, Fuad? Actually, it would have been interesting. I don't know if you saw the Bible study, the Greek Bible study from last Monday, but yeah, if you and Raj had jumped in, we would have had like a full set of all the religions on the Bible study. It would have been, well, I think we had a Buddhist, we had a Catholic priest, we had an Eastern Orthodox priest, we had kind of sort of a Jew there. We had Protestants. We had stuff. So if you want to show up to the Bible study tonight, I think Father Eric, not Father, well, maybe Father Eric will also be there, but Father Stephen said he will be there. That'll be interesting. Ramadan. Oh, right. Duh. Friday was Eid al-Fitr, I believe. Ramadan ended on Friday, I believe. Well, that was Rosh Chodesh. That was the first day of the month, the lunar month. Alhamdulillah. Camille Foster. Breaking totally unconfirmed speculation. Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson in talks to co-host new MSNBC nightly primetime show. that would be hilarious. Michael, you're at work.
Yeah, something like that.
You're wearing a jacket.
Yeah, when I'm not at home jumping on streams at 11 p.m., I'm dressed differently.
I see. Good thing I work at home, so.
Um, uh, I was curious if you saw the drama going on with like major TV personalities dropping from.
Oh yeah,
station.
I mentioned that a little earlier.
I missed it.
So Fuad says Jacob seems like he just woke up. Yes, I actually. So you have to understand, my brain takes about 2 hours to get going in the morning. So I woke up a good 2 hours ago, but and actually, there's a reason I usually don't stream in the morning. But yes, so apparently Don Lemon left CNN, and what he was on CNN, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Tucker apparently left and left Fox. And so, I mean, I just saw this stupid tweet by this US rep, Brendan Boyle. Where's he a rep from? Harvard alum, makes perfect sense. From Philly, okay, makes perfect sense. Dumbest tweet I have seen yet. Congrats to Tucker Carlson upon becoming the first TV host in history to be fired by CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News, the cable TV triple crown. And there are people on the left who are celebrating this, and my only reaction is, oh my God, you guys have no clue what the media environment is like now. This is Tucker Unleashed. And it might even be Don Lemon Unleashed, although frankly, I don't think, Don Lemon's problem is that he was the front man for a distributed cognition network, and he makes a good front man for such a thing. Whereas Tucker is actually a thinker who is good at setting up his own thing. If you've been paying attention to Tucker and his productions, you see that he constructed his own studio at his home. He started having interviews. He's been preparing for this launch for well over a year. Anybody who is actually paying attention, I think, recognizes that. And the story, I mean, the CNN story was hilarious. I should pull up the CNN story on this. What were your thoughts?
So, since it wasn't that long ago that I would have like CNN on 24/7, right, and be part of that distributed cognition.
Okay.
Right. So occasionally it'd be on long enough to where I'd hit Chris Como's nonsense, right? And I'd be like, oh, here's this like straight talker or something, right?
Yeah.
And then Don Lemon was sort of like a token follow-up of sorts, right? And they had kind of like a buddy cop thing going, right? And so it was one of the interesting things about participating in that was like, it's like, oh, okay, here's other dudes that are part of like the allies, right? And so I'm part of this too. Like we're men in this space who are allies to this greater thing,
right?
And we can unite around how much we hate Trump and the deplorables or something,
right? Yeah.
So it's like Lemon. I didn't know anybody then who cared about Lemon. I don't think anybody's going to now. It was just that's a person in a spot, right? But it's the opposite with Tucker.
Agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So, but all of that happening within the just short, like same morning is
Well,
strange.
I actually think it's relevant to the Ray Epps 60-minute interview.
Yeah, that's
And
interesting.
yeah, and I think it's relevant. Look, things are gearing up. We are going to be going into an actual election season. There are lots of things, and that's why I titled this End Times Edition. Weird things are happening in our society when John Vervaeke says this is a Kairos moment. I think he is absolutely right. This is a Kairos moment. There are a lot of things going on that if we are going to be smart about it, we need to plan for. You're not on my Discord server, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, so on my Discord server, I do have I have one channel that's called Commune. And recently I met somebody who's been a prepper for 10 years. There are people who in this corner have been preppers for a while. There has been real talk about prepping in this corner by many people. And I think the vast majority of those people are completely fooling themselves. They see the threat. There is a definite threat because our society is in fact unraveling in certain ways. But anybody who has a bug out bag doesn't get it. Like if you think, oh, 24 hours of supplies, in case something happens immediately, doesn't get it. Now, at the same time, I picked up a nice Italian toy I'm going to be taking out to the range with a friend of mine for the first time. Like, I've been on a range maybe twice. This may be the third time I'm going, but I ended up buying something. And I'm looking at other toys I may need to buy. But this isn't, but that isn't because I'm thinking short term. It's because I'm thinking long term. I have been talking about the confessing church a lot. And by the confessing church, I mean the confessing church of the Barmen Declaration. I mean the people who the church that had to function during World War II in Germany and did so better than the rest of German society and the rest of society in general. And I think we are in a more revolutionary era than the World War. I mean, the fact we call it World War I and World War II is actually kind of, in retrospect, 70 years on, we should be able to kind of be like, no, World War I didn't end. World War I continued into World War II. But yeah, I mean, if we are serious and we are smart people, we need to start thinking long term and recognizing that business as usual isn't going to continue.
So I've been on a handful of different sides of this, including like full-scale existential crisis about civil war. Right. So I'm going to steelman's not quite the right word for what I'm going to try here, but I'm just going to poke around, see what happens with talking about this in a somewhat dismissive way. Not that I really necessarily hold that, but I just want to kind of see where it takes us. All right, so let's say you think about like the 70s, right? And it's like there's lots of like rumblings of things, and there's lots of tension, and yeah, sure, fine. The preppers, right? There's always been preppers. There'll always be preppers. They're not going anywhere. And if you fall prey enough to anxiety about the future, you too will end up a prepper. That's all of us, right? Fellow San Antonio.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So there's that. And then there's always going to be market shakeups of different kinds, especially with technology changes. So we're watching some of that happen. Yeah, sure. We're watching a reduction from a unipolar, more globalist market thing to competition now, right? So now, at the very least, there's enough competition between China and the U.S. where we're in sort of like a cold economic war, and there's maybe Russia is sort of part of that, and then we've got the domestic conflict being proxied through Ukraine, just like what was kind of going on with Vietnam. In some senses, this is all in some ways business as usual, which is also part of a larger view of like, okay, societal collapse or decline of an empire, or just like transitioning what an empire is, which falls right in line with a unipolar being divided now into a multipolar ordeal. But maybe I'm a little bit more chilled out about any of that happening because I have moved to Texas, and I'm around a whole bunch of people who are sort of like, stay off my lawn. And I don't really care what's going on.
I have lots of things to say, including answering this question, but I want to hear what Michael and Chad have to say.
Wisconsin's better. We say, stay off our lawn, come over for dinner.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've been to Wisconsin. I feel like snow is a worse thing to deal with if there's like some crisis. Although when it happens here, then that is I mean, that's the thing. It basically shuts it down here. But without the, huge fleet of diesel trucks to keep the roads clean and stuff, that's like a pretty bad place to be stuck if something goes out, because you're really isolated then.
Well, there's always deer.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I live in a farming community.
Well, I mean, I was saying, obviously, I think there are in places like Wisconsin and Michigan, and there are lots of competent people there. I think the problem with the prepper thing is the idea that people think like they can do it by themselves. And like there was whatever, I don't remember where the article was, but some guy who in like Kentucky or whatever, like a rich guy, and he bought this like mansion that had like a bunker underneath and all this stuff, and then like somebody broke in and like killed his family because they knew like that was like a strategic location. Obviously that person was crazy too, but you do need to have it's good to have competency. It's good to be prepared for, as much as is reasonable for things, because, like even here, there's a lot of people who couldn't deal with a week of no power when it was cold. So if you can't deal with that, like short of a kind of emergency, then you're in like really bad shape. But, part of the reason why I've started my project is because I think our whole society has become so specialized, and there's a big value in being a generalist of some sort, and being able to do a lot of things. And basically, and if you have a decent amount of skill solving problems, then you're going to be able to deal with new and unforeseen problems better than if I've only learned how to do one thing that you do to provide yourself with. So,
What are we worried about now?
end times, apparently.
Oh,
I had a quick follow-up question to you on because especially the isolationist problem. It's like, what are you going to do out there by yourself, in the woods, really, and maybe you drag your family out there, like, good luck. Right. So that personally, right. And I kind of had those instincts, like, I'm this ortho bro now, and I'm gonna go move out to the woods. I'm gonna go get a cow, and I'm gonna get away from all this stuff, right? And I found myself kind of surprisingly on the other end of that, where I'm just like, go to church, really immerse myself with human beings and people, and ride out whatever storm comes our way. Like, it's, like, I'll find my peace not out in the woods. I'll take the turmoil and find peace on Sunday with people I love.
Well, and hopefully, if you're in Texas, somebody in your church will have like 20 acres of land somewhere not too far away, and then everybody can go there. And then, it's a lot easier to deal with problems, when you're in a group than trying to do it on your own. It's pretty crazy.
So if you're serious, I think, about prepping, about the type of thing we're talking about, I think a good thing to look at is this 62-page report of the Commission to Assess the Threat to the United States from Electromagnetic Pulse Attack. And this is the executive summary. It's available online for free on its website. And that's not because I think that we're looking at an EMP, the possibility of an EMP, which, so for anybody who doesn't know, an EMP basically, it's possible to create an attack. You need a nuclear weapon, but that would bring down not just our power grid, but in fact, pretty much all the electronics everything electronic, everything that has wires. Imagine it being fried and permanently unusable. And only a few years ago, I spoke to a friend of mine who his entire business, he owns a small business, and all they do is work on grounding electric equipment so that it doesn't fry. And
what do they call that? A Faraday cage or something? Can't remember what. There's a word for it.
Faraday cage.
Yeah, that'll help protect it. But
and I said, well, since 2004, have we made much of progress? And he said no. Now, the fact is, and I hate the fact that I keep on saying the fact is, but the fact is that I'm not actually worried about an EMP attack. I am worried about the supply chains failing in some way, because keeping society running, the fact we have electricity at all times is actually a rarity. Listen to my conversation with Tayo about Nigeria. We talked about this, and people in the United States, people in what's called weird countries, Western educated, industrialized, what is it, rich and developed, are used to everything working because when the water, you turn on the tap and the water doesn't come out, you're shocked. When the electricity goes out, you go on your phone and look at the Twitter accounts that's going to tell you how many hours until it comes back on, right? We are incredibly
that all of that is still upstream though, because I think if you want to know, I think if you want to find some more, I think, wisdom and stories, go read the book Endurance, and go read the book The Blueprint by Nicholas Christakis, because they're talking about stuff that's, I think, more foundational. Because yes, we will have issues if something happens with supply chains or something like that. That's certainly a big problem. But even more, a greater problem, a greater threat would be our inability to work with others. And so, like in those books, they really talk about that. The book Endurance is about I can't remember the guy's name. He was a captain of a ship, and they crashed their ship, and they ended up like walking over the Antarctic or something like this for an ungodly amount of miles, and I think like all but 2 survived. And that's a real story. But they talk about of course you're going to want to have supplies, but you can have all the supplies in the world and not be able to know how to work with others.
Right.
So that's a huge issue.
And that's actually what I want to emphasize. You are 100% correct, Chad. It's not so. Unfortunately, a lot of people are thinking, oh, well, what if the electric grid goes down, as if it's an electric problem, and it's not. And that's not what I'm worried about. Petroleum, like, oh, we're going to run out of diesel, as if it's a diesel problem. It's a coordination problem. The problem we are having is coordination and government and civilization. And that's what gets me worried. Like, my field of study isn't any of these things in particular. It's public administration and law, and how human beings organize themselves and work with each other. And so that's why, yes, it's important that, for example, we had supply chain problems recently, and we continue to have more and more supply chain problems. But it's not just about the supply chains. It's not just about trucks or any particular thing. It's about our society being able to work together to get problems fixed. And that's why I'm not worried about a civil war in terms of like people, like a shooting war where, people are lined up in battles, and like we're going to have named battles. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the type of things, and I had a video on Civil War, that this woman who wrote a book, and she's totally on the left. This was on NPR. She's a professor at one of the UCs and works for the CIA. And funny enough, Fuzzy, design and aesthetics is far more important than people give it credit for. Far more important. And that's part of what our society is failing to see. But we're not looking at society like the types of civil wars that was fought in the first U.S. Civil War, hopefully the only U.S. Civil War. But if we have another civil war, it's going to be like the occupation of Iraq. That's what it's going to be like.
So when I was in the Marine Corps, I was on the supply side. Not in the warehouse, but in like information systems and getting things in and out. And World War I, in any of these wars, as far as I can tell, it's usually more about resources, and then occasionally you have the guns out, right? And so what you're doing is you are trying to starve a people out or withhold certain, you block off roads. It's far more about this economic warfare than it is about cannons on a battlefield, even when people were engaging more, right? So in that sense, I think we're already in the middle of that. And the question is, what parts of the U.S. are already shoring up for self-sufficiency? Like
Well,
at a state level.
the good news is there's a book, if you get another book, if you read The Symphony for the City of the Dead by, I can't remember his name, but it's an account of what happened in Leningrad over 900 days, which is like a little over 900 days. I think it was like 2 years straight. Every day, Germany was shelling the city of Leningrad, and it was very, very horrific. However, as divided as those people were, and as little of their resources as they had, they did survive. And so we could just say, holy shit, like this is all bad. And it's, it's bad, but I think it is important to keep an eye on optimism to a degree, because like, get familiar with what did these people do, because these books have stories about what people did that actually worked. And there's a particular part in that book where it talks about the people who sat around and just were like holed up in their shelters and their homes and not getting out there and trying to be resourceful. Those were the people who sat around and did nothing, were the people who didn't make it. And it's the people who actually went out there and put themselves at risk to get resources and trudge through the winter. And oh my God, I mean, it's horrible. Those were the people who found themselves in a position to make themselves useful were the ones that prospered. And that's important stuff. But this is not that bad, guys. And I honestly don't think it's going to get as bad. And this is so doomy. It's kind of weird.
Okay,
but
to counter doom, what I'm saying. So what happened during the 2020 elections is we had protests here in Los Angeles, like every major city had it, and and my sister lives in a particularly protests. How do I say this? People were parking and walking past her house to get to the protests. Okay. And there was actually a day when my sister walks out of her house, and it's just a house, not like some sort of complex. And in front of her house was a member of the California National Guard with a rifle. And my sister was like, what is going on here? Right? And I told her, you know what? Maybe you want to rent someplace and go stay there for a couple of months, right? And my parents were like, nothing's gonna happen, and now they're like, see, nothing happened, and they're absolutely right, nothing happened. But my understanding is, no, that's not a situation I want my sister and my nephews to be in, where it's even a possibility that a riot would somehow threaten them, right? And so that's that's why I am, in fact, like I'm not even saying that I'm certainly not saying there's over a 50% chance that these things would be necessary. I'm not even saying there's a 5% chance that these things would be necessary. I'm saying that there's enough of a chance that these things will, over the next year or two, become necessary, that I am already starting to kind of think about it and prepare for it. And my preparations are not the type of buying a bug out bag or like, 24-hour preparations. My preparations are talking to like-minded people who say, you know what, if the supply chains do fail, we're the type of people who know, oh, we need to find deer and maybe some fishing and fruit trees and and so, for example, several people in this little corner have bought some acreage where they can they're planting things in order to grow food if they need it, right? And I think that's the type of prepping that makes sense as we're moving into this chiral moment, not because there's a 50% chance that we'll need it, or even a 10% chance, or even a 5% chance.
I think you're right, Jacob. But that it needs to be coupled with something more potent. I think this is why when Peterson came along, he came along with some advice to get yourself familiar with history, and there's a reason for that. Get yourself informed about the history that you don't know about, right? The one that they hid from you, and there's a lot in there that is just, if you're paying attention, that this idea of knowing what people are capable of doing in the most extreme situations, in both the most horrific and then also the most beautiful, the most beautiful way to combat that, coupling that with what you're saying, and go listen to people like Sherry. I mean, her and her husband saw something years ago, and they moved out, and they did this thing. They didn't have any experience with that, and they just went out there, and not everybody's gonna be able to do that, but they could not do what they did without some very strong underpinnings of principles and understanding of what the good that people are capable of and the beautiful things that people are capable of. You have to keep both things kind of balanced. You have to be able to see the horror and the beauty in the same kind of place. But you won't really understand it until you see it and you read these things and you're like, holy shit, like people are. Ordinary Men's another good one. I mean, these books there's very powerful information in there. If you're willing, and don't just read it as if it's something that's far away, read it as if you're in the story. So.
Well, there's
I'm
a
going to
reason I
listen
keep
now,
on.
guys.
There's a reason why I keep on talking about Bonhoeffer. I think we need a saint for that whose life we can emulate, and I think Bonhoeffer is that type of saint.
There are many, 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 many.
Yeah, but I actually think we need to pick a saint. That's part of the thing. I think picking a saint and talking about that saint actually does help. Although, I mean, I completely agree with you. So one, probably because I kind of put my thumb on the scale and I recommended it for the book club we have going on my channel, probably the next one is going to be Hasidic Tales of the Holocaust, which I think is a great book and I highly recommend. But yeah, look.
Corey ten Boom. That's another good one. Okay, I got to get to work, guys. I'm going to listen, but thanks. And guys, don't take this shit too seriously. It's like, yes, it's serious, but take the other half of it even more serious.
Squanto should be our saint.
Squant? Who's
Squanto.
Saint
So when the
Squanto.
when the Pilgrims arrived in Plymouth,
Mhm.
you know, and they were having a hard time there, they met this guy named Squanto, who's a Native American, who somehow spoke English. He was a Christian,
Okay.
and he had this like horrible experience of like all his family and tribe died. But I think he had made a trip to England or something earlier, like but basically. He was like, you guys don't know anything about this land or what you're doing, but I'm going to help you. And he basically helped their colony survive, you know, whereas some of the other ones were, you know, Jamestown or whatever, they were eating shoes after the first winter. So I think that, I mean, I'm not so worried about like total collapse. I think the weird, like the lifestyle that, you know, it's the fully automated luxury Gnosticism, like that's a disaster, you know, like, and I think people realize that, like, you can't, like, and which is why a lot of ways people are kind of getting into, you know, hobbies that are what would have been parts of normal life, you know, 100 years ago. And I think that's a good thing to do, you know. I think, and it's like, you don't have to be experts at this, you don't have to make your living with it, but people do just need to learn things to give them basic competency, you know, because your house is going to be, you're not going to always be able to call a plumber to come fix stuff. You're not always going to be able to go to the grocery store whenever you want, or they may not have exactly what you want, you know, so you do have to figure out some of these things. And I think that, if, you know, God being merciful, chances are a bunch of little disasters will probably cause people to get more and more serious about those type of things, so that if there is some giant collapse, you know, we could weather it more, or a giant collapse could be avoided, you know. So because I mean that there is a weird, you know, fulfilling thing about doing these things yourself. And even it's like, if you can't make something as good as what you could buy at a store, or it's just more fulfilling when you do it yourself. And so I think and it should be a community thing, and people do need to like get to know their neighbors and stuff, you know. Like, I'm not good at that, but my wife's super good at it. So like you know, between the two of us, she'll know who needs what in the neighborhood, and if they need, you know, physical strength to move something, or, you know, help in some way, I can do that. But, you know, so we need all those, you know, you need to find those people that are good at connecting people and learning who can do what. Like, this just makes life better anyway. Like, it's not like being in the Netflix box is not a great life. So like having dinner with another human family at some point is like a good thing to do, you know. So it's like, if you grow a garden and you don't ever need it for starving, but you can be like, come over my house and have this salad that I grew myself, like, and share it with your neighbor. Like, that's a great thing.
So you bring up two great points among many others, but 2 points I want to highlight. One of them, women physiologically, neurologically, have a capacity to track human relationships that men do not have. This is an actual difference between the brain structure of a woman, especially a woman who has been through pregnancy, because their brains rewire themselves during pregnancy to better track human relationships. And so I mean, I've gone on about this at length, about how we need more cocktail parties, and how socialites are important members of our society who should and we should value their work in ways that we haven't. The other thing, I mean, you said about the hobbies, I would actually go a bit further than you and say, for a lot of people, they go to college. I went to college because I thought that that was my path towards financial independence. And the fact is, it was my path towards financial dependence.
Oops.
If I had, yeah, if I had, instead of spending all that time, forget about the tuition money, that's a whole other thing. But just the amount of time that I spent, if I had spent it as opposed to working really hard on a lot of stuff that I ended up not using at all, on a trade or something like that, and ultimately, I mean, I make what money I do off insurance, which is far more of a trade than it is a something you go to college for, right? And so I highly recommend, if you're a young man and you're thinking, what do I want to do? What's my career? For the love of God, stop looking at all these cubicle careers and stop idolizing these college majors and going to college. We have the capability to become intelligent and educated people ourselves as autodidacts if that's what you want. But if you're going to college for a career, then seriously consider becoming a, a painter like David, or a cabinetier like Michael, or a tile what do I even call
Tile mechanic.
Tile mechanic, is that it? Really?
Yeah, or tile setter. Yeah.
Tile setter, or like Chad, or any of the many trades that people, because there is like, I couldn't find somebody to come and remodel my bathroom. Like, I can't even find somebody to come do it. So yeah.
Obviously, I'm an advocate for learning all those things, and I find them to be very personally fulfilling. But I was talking to someone recently, and even from like just from the financial standpoint, if you don't know if you want to do any of those things, unless if you're like exceptional in a field that requires a college education, you're probably better off like if you could get a job working at CVS in high school and just stay there and become a manager, and a lot of times those companies will invest in you. If you need education, they will invest in you, because the cost of replacing somebody who knows the ins and outs of all the systems and stuff is not worth it, and you're going to be debt free and making a decent living.
Do you know what was the most painful thing? Was when I had student loans and a degree and was going and trying to get jobs at like Petco for minimum wage, and they would take a look at my degree and be like, "You're overqualified, goodbye."
Yep.
There's nothing like having an albatross of student debt around your neck that includes, "Oh, you're overqualified, we won't hire you."
Well, part of the problem is, like, I know a lot of young people they just want to be special, and it's like they're used to just be people that are like, I'm happy being the milkman, like you don't have to, I don't know, overvalue ambition as much. Like, it's okay to just be fine where you're at, and I've had to learn that a lot.
And your ambition doesn't need to be in your career. If you're looking for a high score in life, that high score could very well be number of kids you have, as opposed to amount of money in your bank account.
Yeah.
Plus, like, haven't you ever seen Office Space? It's like everybody there's working in the cubicle, and then at the end of the movie, the guy's way happier working on the construction site. So, like,
Well, that just happened. One of my dad's best friends works, or he worked at Cerner. It's like a huge, basic kind of white collar office job. And they let a bunch of people go. They do like sales for medical equipment, but it doesn't matter. He was like, oh, he had been there for 25 years, and he was like, I would never go back. So he's got all these tools that he does on the side, and so he started doing like floor remodels and stuff like that. And he's like, I've never been happier. And it's like, yeah, shocker.
yeah, and plus it's like, I mean, yeah, because I used to work at this call center job, and it didn't matter. Like, they'd be like, try to get your numbers up, like blah blah blah, and then it didn't matter how fast I did it or how many calls I got done. The next morning, there was a completely identical list of phone numbers that I had to like call all day long. Now it's like I can take a picture of the thing that I did that day, and it's different from what it was before I did my work, and it's like that's a good, satisfying feeling. I mean, it's like actually contributing something.
Yeah. I joined because Jacob was talking about, like, instead of like a total system collapse, it'll be something like, you go to turn the water on and, oh, this is just the new normal. We don't always have water. And I watched a really good video a while ago. It was called like Deconstructing Boomer Truths or whatever. But he took this old, it was like a 50s documentary of like, this is little Timmy and he's asleep right now. And while he's asleep, all these other things are going on to make sure that he has milk in the morning. And it kind of follows the whole process of, farm to school of the milk and stuff. And the guy doing the commentary is like adding what kind of the whole boomer revolution, he's got like 3 characters: Boomer Whalen, Gen X Daria, and then like something millennial. And it was really fascinating because it like starts with the boomer being like, oh man, they don't know, man. That milkman doesn't want to be the milkman, man. He's under control and doesn't know it. And then it goes to like Gen X, who's like real nihilistic about it. And it's like, well, they're just doing it basically to make money. And then it goes all the way to like the millennial, who's like, this is just outright oppression. And it's just like the whole system used to operate on trust. And now that everything we do is like suspicious of being some sort of dark, shadowy agenda behind it. It's like, and somebody, that ties into like Bitcoin and AI and stuff. It's like somebody explained to me is the goals of those things is to become some sort of system where you don't have to trust anybody. And it's like, that just seems really dark, but I don't know. You would have to capture the entire imagination of the culture to bring that back of like, no, the milkman just likes having his job and is just doing what he likes. And it's, yeah, he probably hunts on the weekend or fishes on the weekend because it's not the coolest thing in the world, but so what, I just don't see how we get back to that anytime soon.
So just a few technical points. Half the people are watching on my channel and half are watching on Randos United. There's a reason why we created the Randos United channel. It would be really nice if people migrated over there. Yes, there are streams that I will be having that are my channel specific, but hopefully the Just Chatting stuff will be on Randos United. Or something like that. And so I highly recommend people go to a single place where they can interact in the chat stream. Second, so Chazi decided to drop some Pirkei Avot, which I don't think translates very easily to people who aren't no clue what the Hebrew there means and stuff. And so what I will highly recommend for the billionth time to every single Christian is read the Mishneh Avot. It's usually translated as Sayings of the Fathers. It's short enough that you could read the entirety of it in one sitting. Although I have to say, I would be very surprised if you do read it in one sitting, because each Mishnah is just so packed with great thought that I think you'll spend a lot of time contemplating it. And I would say certainly the first 4 chapters and possibly all 6 chapters are sayings that Jesus would have been familiar with and would have assumed that his followers would, and people who listen to him would be familiar with. And so I think it gives you a flavor for understanding what Jesus says, which otherwise you wouldn't have. But it's also one of the best pieces of wisdom literature available. And so even though Chaziz Ezehu Asher Hasamech Bechelko, and yes, I do have large amounts of Pirkei Avot memorized because it's just that good. It doesn't really translate easily, and that's why I think Chaziz's comment fell flat. Ethan says, if we built a TLC compound out in the middle of the desert, what church would be built?
Oh, geez.
So I have been, so James, who is the prepper we talked about, he has a small homestead in Eastern Washington. And as far as I am concerned, that's the closest person that I know of who I would be willing to buy a few acres of cheap, undeveloped land near. And if anybody has a better idea, I am willing to buy a small bit of acreage near somebody who is actually homesteading. Bill is actually homesteading on the East Coast. He's another person I think if you want to rally around, you might. But you don't have to buy a house. I am thinking of buying just some land I could go camping on every once in a while, and then if it's not going to lose its value as long as it's somewhat maintained. And so I don't feel like that's me sinking money into craziness. It's just a vacation property near somebody who's homesteading, who I trust. And if in a couple of years we have another situation similar to COVID, I might actually end up spending a lot of time out there. Yes, Lance.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add, like we see David working here or whatever. I think that's why Michael's project is so important, because like the milkman example, a couple of things. My grandfather was a milkman. Back in the day, a milkman actually could earn enough money with wage power to where you could actually, feed a family with it. That's not the case anymore. The other thing I would think about for young men, and what I really love about Michael's channel, or I see what David's doing here, he's gaining some skill stacks here, right? Is the milkman example also at that point, you're working for a corporation. And we've already seen that with the forced vaccinations and mandates and everything. That sort of stuff's going to continue with the purity test that's coming down out of these corporations. And so either finding a way to own your own business, and you can own that in a white collar sense. Like if you have skills and things that you can do, like we've got Bill over in the UK has created his own gaming language and stuff. I mean, that's cool, right? He found something he likes to do. But I think what what Michael's trying to teach, which is I think the true trades, the true crafts, those sorts of things, also gives you a lot of flexibility because those things are always going to be needed, but you're not going to have to answer to the man or the non-binary or whatever the heck it's going to be called in the future.
Yeah.
Financial independence. That's another thing. One place so over the past 10 years that I've been an insurance broker, I've only done this 2 or 3 times, which is hung up on a client because I was just done with them. And one of them called back and asked to speak to my manager. I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And because I have a job and I was never in the type of position where somebody could say to me, you have to get vaccinated or you're not going to know how you're going to pay the rent at the end of the month, right? And you don't want to ever be in that situation for any number of reasons. It's not even all the stuff with vaccination and the political stuff. You don't want to be in a situation where something happens and the company you work with goes out of business and suddenly you're devastated, right? You can't depend on other people to take care of you. Hopefully you have people who will take care of you, and you should build that social capital. And in fact, part of what I really loved when I did visit James and why I trust him and I call him one of the most Christian men I know, despite the fact like he couldn't even name you the books of the Bible, is he is taking care of his brother and his mother, and he's the one that other people depend on, and that's the type of thing you want to be. I was talking to my oldest nephew about what he wants to be, and I was like, what you want to be is the person that I can depend on if life sucks and I'm not able to take care of myself, that I knock on your door and you'll be able to help me. And that's what you want to be. The other stuff is peripheral to that.
Well, and that's why we need communities, right? So when I was doing Acts 2, house church communities, they all basically took care of one another. That's the safe. Well, first off, we destroyed the family. The family should be the first social safety net. Grandma, you take care of grandma and grandpa if they took care of you when they need it. The younger people, you have this social unit. So we've destroyed these families. And then this weird thing has gotten into the psyche of our culture, which is, well, I don't want to be a burden to my kids, And so we ship grandma and grandpa off, and what's it? What's the burden? You took care of me. That we've slowly taken away the safety net, which really is your family. But then if you get out in communities, and so one of the things that I really loved when I was part of a larger house church planning movement, and it fell apart over financial reasons at the top and some other things like anything else, right? But together, we always had enough, because even Jacob, when you got that, you may have the sense that you're okay financially. At any moment, you can get wiped out. You could be a great tradesperson, and all of a sudden 2008 comes along and you lose your entire business, right? You can think you have a bunch of money saved the right way. The right economic collapse comes and you're screwed. Bitcoin seems to be what people think, that they're safe with Bitcoin. If you don't think that has some capacity to crash or for them to try and take control, I'm just saying you can't. But what you can do is, together we have enough. right? Together we will make it. And that's what you were talking about there early, Jacob, which is you're talking with individuals, you're building relationships like, hey guys, if the poop hits the fan, we're all gonna pool ourselves together, and together we should have enough amongst us, right?
So Lance brought something up, which tangentially, which I could go on a whole rant about, which is pronatalism. There's a reason why a lot of parents don't want to depend on their children, and one of those reasons is they only have 1 or 2 children. When it was 5 children taking care of mom and dad, it's a lot easier than it's 1 or 2 children taking care of mom and dad. And like I've been on this little pronatalist kick for the last couple of days, looking at like everything we know about human family size. I'm sorry, but like if you have only 1 child because you're not able to have more children, then I hope God blesses you with more than 1 child. But having only 1 child is child abuse. And having only 2 children is probably a bad idea. And 3 children is the bare minimum for a healthy child. And I'm starting to think a healthy family like starts at 5 kids and moves further, because kids need other family members. And part of what's happened is not only are we having fewer kids, but we no longer have cousins. We no longer have it's the supposed nuclear family. And it's like, no, multi-generational families. You grandparents and uncles and cousins and I especially see it here in Los Angeles. I have clients, way too many of them, that maybe they were married and now they're divorced, but often enough they've never been married, no kids, no cousins, nothing. And they're getting into their 60s and 70s and 80s. And there is absolutely no one in their life. And guess what? Your friends may love you. Your friends are not going to change your diapers.
Yep. Well, and so why has there been this weird move at the top, right? We've been hearing these rumblings for a while about overpopulation, and now we're seeing these direct attacks that we've seen on the family, and some are obvious, and then there's these subtleties that have moved in, which have convinced people to not have kids or whatever. It's the one, like, we need to be fruitful and multiply, people. That's why that was one of the very most important things that God called us to do. And as societies, as individuals, as everything, that's if you really would look at it, and Chad was on this, say, yeah, man, like he was talking about this fertility birth rate that we have going on right now across really pretty much globally, right? But we're starting to see that. That is the crisis of our time. It is not too much carbon. You want to collapse. And so it's this, it's this really weird thing. And so, and we've even seen it in our little corner, which are people want to get things together before they, go out and do things before I have a kids, I want to make sure I have my money right, something like that. It's like, why, where did that ever come in? Like, our parents didn't have any money. They just got started having kids.
I think like that when Jonathan Peugeot did that thing over Exodus, I had never really heard it from that angle before, of like the Pharaoh offered the women power and money, essentially, if they would throw away their children. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, so they just took that ticket basically. They instead of being like the Hebrew women and being like, hell no, they were like, hell yes. And I'm not like blaming it all on women because I think a lot of men have clearly taken that ticket too. But yeah, they've kind of just taken Pharaoh's offer 100%.
So I keep on bringing this article up, and because it just kills me every single time, and I think it is emblematic of everything that's wrong in our society. This is an article from Rolling Stone magazine that says Elon Musk is trying to justify his breeder kink and failing. Now,
Yeah, exactly right.
in how many ways can this craziness, right, be? I mean, first of all, Rolling Stone is kink shaming someone for having children, right? First of all, since when does Rolling Stone magazine shame anybody's kink, right? If Elon Musk has a kink, like if he was changing his sex, he would be on the cover of Rolling Stone and every other magazine as a hero if he was castrating himself, right? But the fact that he has kids, he's a billionaire and he has lots of kids. Gee, why would a billionaire have lots of kids? It's just our society has lost its mind in so many ways that it's bewildering.
Yeah. Well, and there's even when you think about like everything is so built up. We are so addicted to comfort. We're so addicted to comfort. And so I grew up at a time where big families, and they were big families, kids shared rooms and everything else. Like I grew up till I was 16 in the house. We were very kind of working class poor, and my dad put himself through night school. And then it wasn't until I kind of got to high school or whatever, my dad started being successful. But we lived in a house with one bathroom, no air conditioning, and there were 3 of us kids, and my mom and my dad. And it was a very small house, but it was fine. It was fine. And I went to a Catholic college, and I started in 1988. It was my first year of college. I can't tell you how many of my classmates had 7, 8, 9 siblings, and they were living in like 3 and 4 bedroom houses. They were fine. But nowadays, oh my gosh, I need my space. I need my comfort. I need my room. And even for the kids, it's just wild where we've ended up.
Well, I was convinced about this we need our rooms thing, and until now I realized that me living alone and isolating was actually causing the emotional problems I thought I was fixing by getting away from other people. Chezi is trying to justify the fact he only has 3 kids. Okay, Chezi, you're gonna have to answer to God about that, not me. Some people
that's not. Let's be honest.
Joking.
That's not worst case
joking,
scenario.
Lance.
But Hezzy's such a good-looking
he
guy.
hit the
and
bare
smart guy,
minimum.
He should have 10 kids.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Some people are talking about like so society shaming people for kids they cannot afford. Frankly, I think any society that talks about kids people cannot afford is a society that doesn't understand what a favor people are doing to your society by having kids at all. But hey, Kosnahang, you should jump on. It's been a long time since we've seen you around here. But Elon Musk, like, if they were shaming him for not fathering his kids, maybe, but also they couldn't do that because he apparently actually does father his kids. If you didn't see the picture of him and his 5 sons visiting the Pope, it was I was like, hey, Catholics, like, if you're a trad calf and you're sitting in your mom's basement talking about how the Pope isn't Catholic enough, how about you take your 5 kids to visit him, But yes, I'll let you guys talk.
Well, yeah, I do think that the fathering aspect of it is extremely important because obviously the places where people are there's definitely people having a lot of kids that are single moms. That's a really bad situation overall. But I think even just like so, our society is this great thing with all this advancement and stuff, and we're so dumb that we don't realize that like there's this multiplicative factor when people work together, that the output of two people is not double the output of one person, it's more than double. And for three people it's more than triple. And that starts with marriage. It starts with if a man and woman work together, figuring out your strengths and weaknesses together, and dividing the labor and all that stuff, you can get more done. You can unfortunately it's like I think we have a little bit of a problem where we look back and look at the way it was in the past, and we make that an ideal, and the ideals may not be achievable to everyone, but like we got to get back in that direction. So like right now it's not possible for my wife to not work. She has to work part-time. Some of her work she gets to do something she really enjoys, so that's good. Our kids are super annoying, so she kind of likes having a break from them too. So it's like I'm not going to say like, oh, we're failing because we're not doing an ideal. Like that's the thing, we're all fallen people, we all have our shortcomings, but I think that if you like, one problem was making an idol out of this kind of like having all your ducks in a row before you get married, or being able to have a career and a family, that making that like an ideal that people stopped anything from happening. And equally like having the super traditional ideal huge family can also be like, you can only usually start with one kid at a time. Sometimes you get lucky, you get twins or something, but start with one, see how it goes, and then.
My parents had twins. They didn't call it luck, though.
Well,
so about 20 years ago in the Hasidic community here in Los Angeles, so it's traditional for Hasidim to get married at 18. So young couple that gets married at 18, first year of marriage, they had twins. A year later, they had triplets. And the entirety of the community like banded together to help them out because 5 kids as 20-year-olds. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think one of the things is like one of the things you figure out, there's the accoutrements, like if you want to sign up for sports or whatever like that. But truly just having kids, like in terms of like hand-me-downs and stuff like that, like food bills, to add an extra, like whatever you're making, to add an extra plate to the meal or whatever, like the stuff, like I hang around a lot of people that, made decisions for kind of like where you're at, Michael, like maybe a little bit of a part-time, but in today's economy with all the struggles that there are, they've made the decisions to have bigger families and to try and keep the wife wants to stay home if she can. And yeah, they don't have maybe a lot of extra accoutrements of stuff, but they're doing just fine. They're not impoverished. Like they eat, they don't have the fanciest cars or the fanciest clothes and all the newfangled stuff, but they're happy as heck. Like we've turned into what it means to like not, I've seen some comments with, not live in poverty. That's a different story than 2 active parents working together, being willing to do things like, yeah, you're going to be able to do it.
Well, Chezi and his brother bought a duplex, and frankly, I'm like, yeah, and honestly, like two people cooking for each other. Hey, can I ask you what your name is?
My name's Khalid or Khalid. I think you're Jewish.
Khalid.
Yeah, you could probably pronounce it.
I'm Persian, so yeah.
You're Persian, okay.
Yeah. I actually
I can
think I have
see
a cousin,
Hebrew
Khalid.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So
What?
I'll drop
You can
off and
see what?
listen, guys.
I can see Hebrew top and bottom, and in the Hebrew
Oh.
they've got the ha. So I thought it
Yeah,
might be the-
yeah. So Khalid, welcome. You made a big splash, and lots of people were actually very interested in.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize.
Yeah. So actually, Paul Vanderklay, who has a much bigger channel than I do, has mentioned you a couple of times on his, because he saw you on the stream. But yeah,
I'm new to this whole world, so I don't really know what's going on. So I got a friend, Claire from Secular Quranism, to introduce me. I'm not sure if she's got a bad name, but I think she's a nice lady.
Oh no, she has a very bad name. If you have not seen my introduction to Claire Kaw,
Okay.
I am going to have to.
So I'll be doing lots of YouTube videos with her, just you know.
Well, you don't need.
But
you
go on,
don't need. You don't need YouTube videos. It's very easy to recognize who Claire Kaw is. This is Claire Kaw.
Okay. That's not a side. Okay, I'll ask her about that as well.
So that's Claire Kaw.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
I'll ask her about it. But I wanted to kind of focus. I mean, cool. That's one thing. She's not here right now, but I wanted to talk about. I thought it was very interesting you talking about having children, and I'll say I'm a Muslim, and I think Muslims statistically are the experts on having children. Do you know what I mean? I think there are the Orthodox Jews who get it right, but there's such a small minority. It's kind of like such a small experiment. It's not being scaled to the extent that Muslims have demonstrated it. If you get my point.
Well, yeah. I mean, frankly,
yeah.
One of the reasons I have been inviting more and more Muslims into this little corner is okay. So this is Jacob's greatest hits, but my idea is that Islam and Christianity, they show each other how Judaism's correct. So, and Eid Mubarak.
Thank you very much. Eid Mubarak to you too.
Yeah, Eid al-Fitr was on Thursday.
So that's a whole different, interesting discussion because about moon sighting, and I think most Muslims get it wrong. I did a video about if you look at basic information about moon sighting. It should have been on Friday. No, sorry, Saturday.
Saturday, really?
Yeah, some people. If somebody did it depends where they are on the planet as well. If they're in, where are you guys in America?
I'm in Los Angeles. Yeah. So
okay, it's a different thing.
The Jewish calendar had the new moon on Friday.
Yes, that's right. And so you have to do it the next day.
What do you mean do?
So
Eid al-Fitr is the day after.
It's kind of the same as the Judaism. Like the day kind of starts in the evening.
Right. Well, okay. So the new moon and the new moon's. So the day of the new moon in Judaism, Rosh Chodesh, was Thursday night, Friday.
Okay, and also, I don't know how you do it, but there's a I think I can't remember, nautical new moon versus visible new moon, and if you think about it, it should be visible to the naked eye, not through. So I don't want to go into this technicality. This is a whole different topic, right? But
yeah,
because I really wanted to talk about having children, which is
right.
I think the biggest issue at the moment, right?
Yes.
Like we're having population, but basically the new moon thing is you can actually get actual scientific information about what's visible with the eye and what's not visible with the eye, and we should look at what's visible with the eye, because if you go back to the origins of Judaism and Islam, it was based on what you could see with the eye rather than with a telescope. So that's what I'm going to go into.
Before I forget. Yeah. Are Ahmadiyya more Sunni or Shia in origin?
So Sunni just means people who follow the practice of Prophet Muhammad. So we are that kind of thing. Yeah. we're
Okay,
more of
but
that.
but
we're
I-
also persecuted by mainstream Muslims.
well,
and
yes.
Sunnis.
So, in case people don't know, Ahmadiyya generally are by, I would say probably a majority of Muslims not considered Muslim.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm quite happy with that kind of problem. No problem. I always debate that, and people can't argue when I demonstrate things through the Quran. Like in the Quran, there's a very basic teachings. Like says, it sounds very simple, but if I say peace be upon you to any Muslim, according to the Quran, you're no longer allowed to call me a disbeliever. So it's like the whole debate and the whole discussion is really silly. But anyway, getting on to what makes
having kids, yes.
having kids, right? I think there's a whole set of moral choices you have to make, things that you value. Like, for example, if you live a very materialistic lifestyle, you will think life is expensive, and then you will think children are expensive. So you got to start off with yourself, and then you're comfortable having children. And so that's the problem at the moment. Because in the West, people are so miserable that they keep buying more and more things, and they think you have to buy a lot of stuff to be happy. It's actually really quite the opposite. And I'm not just saying like from a personal point of view. It's like I study a lot of psychology. The things I explain when I'm encouraging people who are Muslim or not to adopt Islamic values, or you can even call it Judaic values, supposed Christian values, whatever values, right? According to psychology, it's not the stuff that makes you happy. If you so are you a Jew, Jacob?
I am Jewish.
Right. So maybe you might appreciate Viktor Frankl, right? He's a famous psychologist from the Holocaust, right? And he talks about what it takes to be happy, and it's just having meaning in your life, and that's not expensive. That's free.
Well,
right?
okay, so in this little corner, we actually talk a lot about meaning. I think you would find the conversations here interesting, and Shane wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Thanks for seeing my hand. I didn't know how to signal. I really just enjoy this conversation, and I'm hoping to see if you guys can discuss a little bit the challenge, or maybe even the dysfunction of talking about all of these problems with community and meaning, especially in the long-term sense, from a pragmatic angle, like from a solutions-based angle. Because one of the things that every institution that is sort of struggling and sort of making it through, where they're having limited success, to me it seems like the core of what is bringing them success is the prioritization of a way of interacting in communication that values almost a strategy for conflict resolution and intentional conflict engagement. So you and I can have significant disagreement, and if we go into conflict with the sort of commitment to treating each other in a certain with certain dignity and respect, then we can even in some way be more convinced that our disagreement is unreconcilable, while still being able to benefit our community through our relationship. And I don't think that is any longer really recognized as sort of the precursor for approaching these programs, because they're looking at outcomes, they're looking at pragmatism, they're saying, we're not having enough kids, we're not this, we're not that. And those things are all true. We don't have multi-generational households, we don't have any of that. And yet the only way that those things ever exist in a functional state is if people have that prerequisite commitment to engaging in such a way that, and this is coming from my sort of Christian paradigm, but that I'm going to sacrifice the power or whatever it is to the I don't want to call it greater good, but to that higher ideal of me treating you in the way that I that I want to be treated. I'm not sure exactly what the right term is there, but if we have that first, it doesn't need to be your family. It doesn't need to be any of those other things, because in a certain way, the integrity of the relationship is preserved and nurtured such that it can be as strong and as beneficial as a extended family relationship or something like that. Does that make sense? Like we all want community. I have actually very close friends who have a lot of time under our belts engaging in conflict. We're way different from each other. We have radically different cultural backgrounds. Some people are military, some people are like as crazy liberal as you can get. And because we are committed to treating each other with the benefit of the doubt, that I'm interested in our setting an example of loving conduct to each other.
Can I jump in?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we make it too complicated. When I listen to these shows,
like
I think we
disagreements
and
different
Shane,
goals.
Sorry, Shane, you kind of went off, so we thought you were done. Go ahead, Khalid.
But, okay, so I think just as sort of a critique of some of these shows, like I do something on Speaker's Corner. It's a thing in London where we debate, and you've got to make your point in 5 seconds, otherwise people are going to switch off. And I'm going to tell you the point. The big problem with Christianity, and I try to support Christians, and I'll tell you in short, Christians don't follow the Bible. That's the big problem. Like you talked about conflict resolution. You're going to have conflicts in your relationships if both husband and wife are going to work. They're going to be too tired. You're not going to have sex. That's a major problem. You're going to be too tired. It's not going to work. But if you follow the Bible, and in Judaism, Christianity, it's very clear. Women should be at home. They should prioritize being at home. Otherwise, no chance, 0 chance of it working.
Well, okay.
The only way that I see what you're saying to be even close to possibly relevant is if what you mean by follow the Bible is with the singular pretext that I was mentioning, which is I am willing to lay down my priorities such that the integrity of our relationship is more important than any of the pragmatic outcomes that I might care about. We will continue to love each other, even if we disagree on the most fundamental issues, whatever. That love may include like physical restraint. Like if you're busy hurting one of my children, I'm gonna take control over your body, but I'm gonna do it in a loving manner that allows for us to have a continued respectful relationship in the community.
Okay, so we're going into a lot of different areas, and the good thing about this little corner, so I actually did take the part of this format from something that Khalid may be more familiar with, which is there are similar Dawa internet, I would call it, Muslim internet.
Does everybody know what Dawa means over here?
Dawa is.
I know you might know, but I'm kind of surprised if everybody else gets it.
Well,
yeah,
it's basically Muslim evangelism.
Preaching.
Yeah. Literally means invitation, but we've had a few Muslims show up in this little corner. Fawad actually was around earlier. He gets involved, but one thing is long-term relationships. That's the hope, and small channels. Part of my hope is actually having. I don't want my channel. Well, no, I would love my channel to be like very, very large. But if my channel became much larger than it is, I would have to have other channels that were doing the type of work that I'm doing, hopefully useful work in community building in small groups. And so hopefully we can have actually in depth and long discussions, so we don't have to clip things into sound bites. But actually, Shane clarified something that I think is important to clarify, which I think you were in fact pointing towards, which is what I was going to say to what Shane said. Every city that we know of that has been built been built around a temple. The only way, it's not about communication, it's about human beings being willing to recognize that there is something beyond themselves, which is an authority over who they are and what they want. If the only thing important to you is the secret sacred self, if everything important to you is what you want and what you can get out of it and your life, and you don't believe in something bigger than you, and you don't believe in an afterlife, and you're not looking forward to anything beyond yourself, and that is part of the reason why my channel, like the most important things I do on my channel in my community is my Bible study. And I think I think Christians generally do take the Bible very seriously. I don't actually quite agree with you that the Bible.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah,
I'll give you an example. So the Bible says that a wife should talk to, if she wants to know something, she should ask her husband as if he is God.
Well, that's
right.
I
think that's a bit of an extreme version of it. But I think when you get to that level of who's in charge, only when you know, it's like if you got a company, you have to have somebody in charge, and if you're not clear on who's in charge, it's going to collapse.
Are you talking about in the New Testament? You're talking about Paul?
Yeah, that's the Christian Bible,
that's an interesting,
not the Jewish Bible.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim. What do you have a different take?
Mainly, I just logged in to do a sound check here.
Okay.
Make sure my internet here is working. Okay, sounds my mic is
good.
peaking.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because Paul is talking about during the liturgy that people are being loud because men and women are on opposite sides and they can't hear the person reading the scriptures or giving the homily, and the women are asking their husbands across their church, "Hey, what did he say? What did he say? Can you repeat that?" And he says, "Wait till you get home to ask him what happened."
All right. Okay.
Yeah, so,
but either way, whatever, you need somebody in
what
charge. So if Christianity doesn't have that, but I think Judaism, you can tell me if Judaism has a hierarchy and who's in charge, etc.
We kind of do, but in matters of the home, the woman is in charge in Judaism.
Yeah.
Like God says to Abraham, listen to your wife, Sarah, because when it comes to matters of the home, in fact, we have this distinction between what is outside the home and what is inside the home. And those things which are outside the home is where the husband has priority, and those things that are inside the home is where the wife has priority. So yes, we have much more complicated rules regarding who makes decisions, and these are the types of things that women can and throughout history have, and men taken to rabbinic courts. Even you can sue in rabbinic. You can sue your spouse in rabbinic court for your rights, and it happens more often than you would think.
And sure. it sounds like you're advocating basically that for like the trad lifestyle, which is what many Christians are interested in doing, and stepping away from the sort of metropolitan, Western Christian manner of living that most of us are kind of stuck with.
What did you call it? A trad? T-R-A-D?
T-R-A-D, yeah.
Trad as in traditional. Yes.
Yeah. And many people in my circles are adopting that, that out here in the West Coast of the United States, Eastern Orthodoxy is pretty popular, getting more popular. And many of my friends, people that I grew up in high school with that took totally different paths, are now living a trad lifestyle. So it's kind of a thing now. So I'm with you on that, actually, to a degree.
I have a hunch about Christianity's role in like the anti-natalism spiral, that it actually does come from some sort of like perversion of Christianity, because I think in Christianity it's like the highest thing the Orthodox talk about is monasticism, which is literally to have no kids or sex or be a nun or whatever. And then they even talk about, like, if you can't be a monastic, the highest sacrament of Christianity is marriage, not having children. And so I'm not saying that like a healthy Christianity makes people have less kids, obviously not. But I think kind of there's something that's set up in the culture of Christianity that very easily leads to that.
I think that's a perversion of Christianity, because Jesus is supposed to be a Jew, and Jews don't believe in celibacy.
Well, you're right, and Jesus didn't get married, which.
But I think he did. But I think there's a whole different story.
I do too, but most Christians wouldn't agree with that. But
Jesus wasn't celibate; he was anticipating a future wedding. There's no. Christianity does make provision for single people. The problem, and there are things where Paul says it's high. It'd be better if you were like me, if you were single. He is saying that to the church that is having the most problems with sexual immorality. So you could say that, that was a word particularly for that circumstance, because I think that it does have marriage is normative for humans. Celibacy does happen, whether it's voluntary or not. And at least in Christianity, it does not mean that you are less of a person, which in other societies you may not have the full rights. I think in our current, I see the current problems has to do with the no-fault divorce and the way that family courts are really geared against the men. So, men cannot, and I don't think men should exert headship over their wives like by force. I think that they should rise to the occasion of being good leaders, and their wives should want to follow their example.
I think it falls apart as soon as you think like that. Because, it's not that you force. It's like when you get into, if you're a Muslim, you've already agreed before you got married. This is the hierarchy, and if you have to work out the hierarchy yourself, you're going to have a whole mess. Like if God has decided something.
Well, no, I'm saying that is what the Bible says. But what I'm saying is that I don't think the right way. So now, because if you were in a society where only men could read, only men could, handle money, only men can. Men are already physically stronger. Then to say like the man's going to be in charge of the woman, that's obviously. Now
I think what you're suggesting is
hold on,
Christianity is outdated.
Just quickly before, David, I really value your participation, but your mic is kind of loud. I'm gonna mute you, and you can unmute yourself, or you can just signal me, and I'll unmute you. So if you mute yourself, I can't unmute you. So so go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sorry, I didn't even know.
It's fine. And so now I can unmute you. So just signal when you want to speak, and I'll unmute you, because I value your participation. And I will just say Proverbs, woman of valor, and you guys can keep on talking.
No, I don't think. I think that, because I'm a conservative Christian, I would say most conservative Christians do believe that, the husband is the head of the household. And, but, it should be that it's not that, and that you could say that is the default. I still have to be a good leader if I'm going to have a good marriage. If I'm, because if I am doing a bad job and my wife just says, okay, I'm just going to submit to everything you do, and then I lead our family terribly, and, then that's still my fault, so I need to be good at being a husband. But I think that is at this point, in this legal framework that we live in the United States or in UK, if a woman says, I want a divorce, and then she can say, that man's, a threat or something like that. Like, she has all the power as far as like the secular state. She can take the kids away. So it has to be voluntary.
Everything has to be voluntary. You just
Yeah.
have to have good morals in the beginning. And the best way to have good morals is to really believe God exists.
Yeah.
Because you don't follow the rules otherwise.
Yeah.
Because all the rules, you can't police them. The rules are actually, I think people don't realize that the rules are not the big rules that you've got to do what I tell you to do. It actually starts from really subtle things that just cannot be policed. Like in Islam, maybe in other religions, it says actions are judged by motives. Like it's like this, the rules start here and you can't police that. It's like, why am I doing something? So I can get something from it? No. Because it's the right thing to do, even if it looks bad on the surface, right? And those are the building blocks of a happy marriage. There are a million building blocks, but they're all very subtle things, Yeah.
Michael is an admin. I am going to leave for like 5 minutes, and Michael, you'll be here until I get back, right? Michael, did he just freeze? The minute I say I'm going to go, Michael freezes. Great. I guess I'm not going. No, okay. I can't leave without an admin. Okay.
I'm just checking I haven't frozen.
No, you haven't frozen. Yeah, it's just and did you want to say something, David?
No, I was just making sure I wasn't all messing it up or anything.
No, you're not messed up at all. You're all good. Okay, so I'll add my 2 cents. I think that in earlier societies, there were. Hello, Andrew. You're not an admin, so you jumping on doesn't help a lot. But that was a very nice idea you had. How'd your midterms go?
I haven't had any yet, so.
So you should be going and studying for your midterms. Is that what you're telling me?
I'll be fine.
Andrew, I'll talk to you later. Bye. So what were we saying? Yeah, he has midterms today, and I'm not going to let him waste his time on this stuff. I think, and this is Camille Paglia's point, and I think she's a brilliant person, despite all the disagreements that I have with her, is earlier women being it was a luxury lifestyle for women not to have to work and to make decisions and be very involved in life in general. And then we got into this position where we started having things, and I think you see this in its worst form in Saudi Arabia, where the rules regarding male guardianship of women have been absolutely blown into. I'm guessing you don't think these are Quranic ways of dealing.
I don't know what it is, but I don't agree that women can't drive. But at the same time, I'd say women in Saudi Arabia, probably from what I know, are far happier than women in the West with their freedom.
They're incredibly wealthy, and they're able to support that type of thing. So as far as male guardianship, I'm guessing the Ahmadiyya don't do it the same way, but there are many Muslims who believe that women should never be allowed to be in public or to go anywhere without a male guardian or chaperone with them. In Iran, actually, this was a common thing that women would even have a 10-year-old, adult women would have a 10-year-old guardian male.
I think it's just an extreme version, because it's only supposed to be when you're traveling abroad or something that you need somebody to be with you to protect you, and it makes sense.
Well, okay. I mean, I think these days with I would rather a woman learn how to shoot if she needs protection when she's traveling than necessarily need
that's the
a
difference. I think
10-year-old
that's where it
boy.
all yeah. I mean, have you seen the videos where there's like the teenage football team who beats the UK national team for women, right? Teenage boys, like,
oh yeah, but
there's like massive physical differences.
Yes, there is a
Yeah.
massive physical difference, but when you have a revolver, that physical difference
Yeah.
doesn't matter. We're
What,
not
a
sword
woman
fighting
with a
anymore.
gun? We're just giving the gun away, isn't it? I don't believe. Don't be too scared. But anyway,
I don't think you know. I don't think you know the same women I do because.
okay. But just generally speaking, I think the thing is when we don't like if we get too like politically correct with our normal behaviors nowadays, with thinking men and women are anywhere near the same, then we go down a slippery slope.
Men and women are very, very different. I mean, earlier I was talking about the neurological differences between men and women, and there are serious neurological differences between men and women. So I certainly, I'm not saying men and women are the same, but this is part of my disagreement, I would say, with how a lot of people approach the Bible, especially. I think there's a sort of Protestant way of looking at it, which has seeped into a lot of Judaism and Islam as well, which is modernist interpretation. And I don't think that's consonant with how Judaism has worked traditionally. That's why, for example, Women of Valor, who can find her, that section of Proverbs, I have it memorized because in Judaism, traditionally men sing it every Friday night. And if you look at the description of the Woman of Valor from Proverbs, it's not some shrinking violet. It's not some helpless person in any way. And I mean, again, I don't know as much about Ahmadiyya as I do, for example,
Ahmadiyya is just
Ismaili.
real Islam. It's just not extremist. But I don't want to even say the word extremist, because if you're an extremist Muslim, you should be extremely kind, extremely charitable, extremely nice to your mum. That's real extremism.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Again, there are at least certain doctrinal points where I know Ahmadiyya is very different. Frankly, I know Shia and the Sunni, and there are various schools of Sunni. There's the Salafis, and there are different ways. And for a lot of Sunnis are in fact non-denominational. They don't have a mazhab. But I mean, there are definitely doctrinal differences. I don't know what exactly the doctrinal differences would be as far as accepting the Sunnah. But for example, I would say the Salafis, they will explicitly tell you that how Muhammad lived exactly. Their interpretation of the Sunnah is so literalist that they will actually use a misvak, like a literal misvak, right?
Sure.
Like a toothbrush, it doesn't work. Like that, I
toothpick
can't
doesn't
use
work.
a toothpick as a misvak. No, it has to actually be the misvak plant. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure, okay.
And I think that
Right.
sort of literalism is actually part of what here.
I'll tell you the silly kind of extremism that they have, right? It's like in Islam, we're told we should trim our mustache, and they'll trim the whole thing off. They'll shave the whole thing off. It's just like, but anyway, these are minor things.
I think the point is different when you're talking about a misvak, right? So for people who don't know, Muhammad was known for chewing on the misvak plant, right? And this was how people cleaned their teeth, and it was the equivalent of brushing your teeth, and it has helped Muslims keep their teeth healthy for hundreds of years, much better than took place in most places. So I am, I have a lot of respect for this tradition of following Muhammad in using a miswak.
Yeah.
But when you are so literal with that you actually take a branch of the miswak and you're specifically using that, I think that is a literalist interpretation.
Yeah, so I agree that you don't have to use that particular tree because there are lots of trees in different continents that could do the job.
Or maybe a plastic can a plastic toothpick or a plastic toothbrush do the same thing?
I use a toothbrush, but I did experiment with the miswak for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there have been some studies that, we kind of go around in nature, like we go to Big Pharma and get their little bit of whatever.
Oh yeah, okay. So
you don't know what's in it, but
I'm not saying. So I'm certainly not saying. And I mean, there are very similar discussions in Judaism about, okay, when should this be literal? When does it not?
Yeah.
And I completely understand that type of understanding. At the same time, I think you have probably encountered people who are like, no, a miswak is a miswak, and a toothbrush is something else, and the never shall the two meet. And I think that's just completely ridiculous. But
can I just say my original point, which is, I think if people got this right, if Christians got this right, they would solve all their problems, right? And I said, follow the Bible. And I said, I don't think Christians follow the Bible. I talked to lots of Christians, okay? I'll give you an example. Which Christian fast? All around the world, Muslims are fasting the Ramadan, no problem, right?
So...
And I think it affects everything. If you fast... You understand spirituality better. It's a whole communal thing where everybody kind of develops themselves, works together. They have a single sort of mindset, and when you have a single mindset in a marriage, that's going to work a bit. There are so many benefits.
So it's actually kind of funny that you brought up the fasting thing, because that's actually something that this little corner has been talking a bit about, specifically fasting. And Father Eric last night discussed it on his channel, where he thinks not fasting, he's a Roman Catholic priest, he thinks not fasting is actually one of the bad things that's very recent in Christianity. Okay. And I have to say, actually, Christians, what has happened with Protestant Christians specifically has become a valorizing of a particular verse, which says that when you fast, nobody should know, to the point that when they fast, they should
make faces, right?
I mean, okay, so that's the Bible, that's
right?
a whole other thing. But actually, okay, so now it's just me and you. I would love to actually ask you some questions, get to know you a little bit better. And if you have any questions for me about this little corner, or like the channels that we're on, or anything like that. By the way, do you have a YouTube channel?
So I've got a website, bigquestionsanswer.com, and my YouTube channel is Khalid Safir, my name. Maybe I'll type it or something.
Well, you can, but also actually on StreamYard, they will let you, I believe it is, you can, so Khalid Safir, I'll go ahead and put that in.
I can edit my edit name? Okay, I'll put it there.
You can do that as well, but you should also be able to broadcast this onto your channel if you want to.
Oh, cool.
This is StreamYard just added this recently, so if you want to do that.
To your audience?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
So you could actually stream this to your channel if you wanted to.
Okay, good now.
And but generally what we've been this is mostly a very Christian little community. The communities, I mean, it's a community of communities. There are all kinds of people involved. We haven't had too many Muslims involved, although I've very much been trying to get more and more Muslims involved in our community. So you're 100% welcome. If you don't mind, like, letting us know more about yourself, like what your journey's been like, why you're doing this, what do you do other than this, that type of stuff.
Right. So I'm on Speaker's Corner every week. Just
so like, you're a da'i.
Yeah, you could, but okay. So I'll tell you the angle that I come at, right? Because this is from my. So okay, what's special about Ahmadi Muslims? We're the only people with a Khalifa, which is this is the way Muslims are supposed to be led. It's part of a prophecy, and we consider ourselves in the latter days. I don't want to get too theological, but we're the only people with a Khalifa, and that's part of a prophecy of Prophet Muhammad that Islam would break up into many sects and it'll go in the wrong direction, except for one group, which would be the united community, and there'll be a Khalifa. And so we're the only people who fulfill that prophecy.
So the Ahmadiyya, well, I want to go back to actually your story, but just to clarify, so I thought that the Ahmadiyya doesn't have a direct relationship, as in a chain from Muhammad to. I hope I'm not being disrespectful, but the Khalif, I guess the Khalif Ahmad, like who that you're identified with. Well, I'm not sure exactly how to address him.
Okay, so I'll just explain. Maybe it'll clarify something. Yeah. So we are the followers of the second coming of Jesus, right?
Okay.
But it's a metaphorical second coming of Jesus, just like Jesus taught himself. When he was asked about before he was supposed to come, he was a Messiah, right? And the Jews asked him, "Where is Elijah? The second coming of Elijah is supposed to come before you." And he said, "That's John the Baptist." So he believes in a metaphorical second coming. Jesus believed in second coming, metaphorical second coming. We believe in a metaphorical second coming. There's never ever been a physical second coming of any prophet in Judaism. I mean, in Christianity, whatever you want to call it. That's right. So he is the metaphorical second coming of Jesus, right?
And so you refer to him as Mirza Ahmad, or
yeah, sure, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Yeah, you can use whichever part of the name you want.
Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't know how to address him.
That's fine.
So Mirza Ahmad is fine.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So he lived from 1835 to 1908.
Yeah.
Now, so you believe that he was, as you said, a metaphorical second coming of Jesus, but he wasn't. There wasn't a Khalif. There wasn't like somebody who, from the time of Muhammad, continued the teachings of Muhammad between Muhammad and Mirza Ahmad.
So I'm going to try to understand what you're saying. So there's been Islam since Prophet Muhammad. There's that unbroken chain. And also Prophet Muhammad said that there'll be people called Mujaddid, which means kind of reformers at the head of every century. So you've had that as well, right? And so Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was actually, before he said, "I'm the promised Messiah," or the second coming of Jesus, he was actually told or pronounced amongst Muslims as the reformer of that century.
Okay.
So he was actually well known and well respected. So if that explains anything, I don't know, but yeah.
I just meant in terms of historical succession, because, for example, the Shia, they have a concept of, okay, the next caliph after Muhammad should have been Ali. Yeah. Whereas many Sunnis say it was, in fact, I think almost all Sunnis say it was Abu Bakr.
Yeah.
And then the fourth caliph was Ali. But then there have been successions of teachers, but
So the
so
succession is
Mirza
not
Ahmed-
necessary. No, it's not
Okay.
necessary. In fact, it's
That's what I
against-
was wondering.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's actually a part of the prophecy that one of the prophecies that's kind of relating to or alluding to is that Prophet Muhammad said shortly after his demise,
Okay.
the true caliphate would quickly disappear and it would turn into kingships, then dictatorships, and it would basically become less and less spiritual. And
Mhm.
then when that finished, and it finished with the Ottoman Empire, which had effectively rulers which were not spiritual at all, but they
Mhm.
still call themselves caliphate. When that finished, when that, I'm just kind of, the dates are slightly here and there, but let me say, the promised Messiah, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he came, and the moment the Ottoman Caliphate ended, the new caliphate that continued after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad started.
I
so
see.
we fulfilled that prophecy that was supposed to happen. And you're supposed to only have caliphas or caliphates after a prophet. You're not really supposed to just start it of your own accord.
I see. Okay. And
Yeah.
so Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he after he passed away, who became the next caliph?
So you got Nuruddin,
Mhm.
and then
So
you
there-
got you
so
got different people.
What
Yeah,
was that? So that wasn't hereditary. That was one of his students who became the next caliph.
it can be. It doesn't have to be hereditary at all. It's just whoever's the right person. So now what you have is you have the Khalifa chooses people from around the world.
Mhm.
Before he dies, before he
Okay.
dies, it's an electoral college similar to what I think the Pope has, right?
Okay.
And then as soon as a Khalifa dies, then they are all called to the center, which happens to be in London at the moment,
Mhm.
and they elect a new Khalifa within a few days.
And what are these people called? They're called imams, or what?
They are generally have just reasonably spiritual people, so they don't
Okay.
necessarily have to be imams. They tend to be either imams or where. Just to explain it a little bit, we're the most organized Muslim community in the world, which means we have a massive hierarchy. Like I'm in a local, just in my few streets, I know all the Ahmadi Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
And we have meetings, we have organizations, I've got positions, like all those things. So
yeah, that's what I'm really interested about. I'm wondering how exactly the
you don't have that.
functions.
Yeah, you don't have that in the rest of the Muslim world, basically. Because,
okay, so there is a hierarchy, and there are ranks of teachers, I guess.
Teachers, or you can call them administrators, because they have different jobs, right? Your job is to be in charge and allocate all the duties, to collect money and things like that, do the teaching, to do the just outreach, and all sorts of things.
Are there titles that go along with these positions?
Yeah, there are so many.
Okay.
It's like basically there's lots of just departments, just endless departments.
What would be the equivalent of a local pastor, like a church has a pastor or a community has a rabbi? In an Ahmadiyya community, what would be the equivalent title for somebody who has?
So just to give you an idea, there are so many levels. So so just in my few streets, the person in charge will be called the local president. That's all, right?
Okay.
And then he will have his committee, which I'm part of. My local duty is basically teaching religious knowledge. Right, and so I just have to, and we do little reports, how much I've done.
Is there a title for your position?
It's an Arabic term, Talim, maybe similar.
Talim,
Taleem.
Oh,
Talim. I think there might.
Talim.
Is there something equivalent in Hebrew, because it's almost a sister language to Arabic. Talim. Yeah.
I'm trying to think that root. I'm not sure.
Anyway, so
yeah.
there's so many different roles. Also, like
Oh,
helping.
is it
Yeah.
ta'alim as in ulama?
It sounds similar. Ulama means the teachers, or
Right.
so
Yeah.
it's related.
So
Yeah.
if
That's
it's
it.
related to ulama, then yeah, there is a Hebrew equivalent. So I mean, the funny thing is there we have a term in Hebrew that's talmid, which means student actually.
Right.
But yeah, so that might be some sort of equivalent thing. So you're okay, so that's your position, and then
I have to report up to the regional position, to the national position, to the
okay.
sort of, and it goes all the way up to the Khalifa, who's always talking to all the different countries all the time.
I see.
Yeah,
and who's the current Khalif? Khalif is the current.
Yeah,
okay.
that's Khalif. So there's Khalifa, which is the Arabic version, or Caliph, which is the anglicized version. Yeah.
Okay, so Khalifa is the
so if you search on Google fifth Khalifa, this really annoys the rest of the Muslims. You get our current Khalifa.
What's his name?
Mirza Masroor Ahmad.
Okay, Mirza Masroor Ahmad. And is he descended from Mirza Ghulam Ahmad?
Okay. Yes, he is, but it's not a necessity at all.
It's not a necessity, but
it's happened.
So how many Khalifas have there been since Mirza Ghulam Ahmad?
So we're on the 5th Khalifa at the moment.
Okay, and have all of them been descendants of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, or no?
All but the first.
All but the first. Okay, so the first one wasn't, and then the other ones have been.
Yeah,
I see. Very interesting.
And some people take exception and go, "Oh no, it's just a family business as well." Everybody can make any claim they want.
Well, I mean, I belong. The synagogues I go to are Hasidic, and Hasidic dynasties are a thing. So I have no problem with dynasties myself. Well, not much of a problem with dynasties, but when sometimes it makes sense. A lot of times it makes sense. But but would you say the major reason that a lot of Muslims would say you're not Muslim is because of this idea that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was the second coming of
So the funny thing, this is the really funny thing, right? Mm-hmm. All the Muslims are waiting for a second coming. But when it comes, people get upset. And that's what happens with Judaism, right? With Jesus. Like Jesus said, I'm the Messiah, you're waiting for me, but I'm not the kind of Messiah you expected. I'm not going to be a ruler, I'm not going to give you loads of money. Yeah, right. In fact, I'm going to tell you to be humble instead and offer the other cheek, which is what they needed at the time. Right. So it's annoying. So it's just annoying. And it's just if you go into if I go through any debate, it's ridiculous what they're saying. The reason why we're persecuted and killed is just because cool.
This is somebody from your channel. I don't know this person.
Yeah. So this guy agreed that one of the reasons we're the nicest and most polite Muslims around the world. We're famous for it.
I've noticed what Sean Hannity has Ahmadiyya Muslims on a lot. That I don't watch him, but every time he has a Muslim, he's constantly talking about how he loves the Ahmadiyya Muslim community.
All right, I never knew that he actually mentions that we are Ahmadi Muslims, but I know that we're very organized. We have, media spokespeople and all sorts of things within our organization. So yeah.
So that's really interesting. If you don't mind me asking personal questions.
I didn't get upset. We're very open. Go for it.
So were you born in the United Kingdom or were
born in the UK, yeah.
You were born in the UK, and may I ask how old are you?
42.
Oh, you're my age. I'm 45.
Cool.
So what was your journey? Your family was also Ahmadiyya, or you grew up in it?
Couple of generations. Yeah, so let me see. My great grandfather converted, I believe.
Okay.
And yeah, so there's always interesting stories behind all the different conversions. He walked from I think from the north to the south of India, but barefoot until his feet were bleeding just to meet the promised Messiah, and converted. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if somebody who is a Muslim but not part of the Ahmadiyya community were to want to join the Ahmadiyya community, is there some sort of initiation rite? Is there or they're considered Muslim already part because they're Muslim, or is it different?
Yeah, so you basically just have to accept that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is the promised Messiah, the second coming of Jesus. And we've got a document, the 10 steps or 10 things you have to agree on. There's nothing that you can be policed on, but these are beliefs. And
what are those 10 steps?
They're essentially just don't be adulterous, tell the truth, but you have to accept Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as the promised Messiah, the second coming of Jesus. We say promised Messiah as a short version, so if you Google promised Messiah, you find Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And they're basically, these are not additions to the basic creed, which is there's no God but Allah and Prophet Muhammad is his messenger. Just a clarification, or just like, what does that entail? If you just say there's no God, then you have to follow whatever God prophesied and said would happen. Therefore, you have to accept from the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as, in fulfillment of all those prophecies. So there's.
So what? If you don't mind, like going through the 10, I would be really interested in knowing what they are.
I have to say, I've got 2 minutes before I have to break my fast.
If you have to go,
because what we break, I fast Mondays and Thursdays, which I think is a Jewish tradition as well.
Yes, Mondays and Thursdays. Yes.
Yeah. Let me just quickly go to conditions of Bayat, if I can quickly find it. I'll go through some of them if I can.
You can also share your screen if you like. There's a
there's a thing cool. That'll make it easier.
Present. Yeah, you can click on present and then share the
screen.
And there should be. There you go.
Cool. Okay, so let me see. Let me try to get. There's a whole book on this. So it's called the Bayat, which means like essentially to sell yourself, like your soul to, which is basically in line with Islam. Islam means to give up submit your will to God.
Taslim,
yeah. So let's see. Here we go. Let's whiz through some. That till the last day of his life, so these are the things you accept to do. Till the last day of your life, you should abstain from shirk, which is associating partners with God. That you should keep away from falsehood, cruelty, adultery, dishonesty, disorder, rebellion, and every kind of evil. That you should offer your 5 daily prayers or the salah.
So that's one of the 5 pillars of Sunni Islam in general. Number 3.
Yeah, there's no difference. If you're a true Muslim, you'd be doing all of these things anyway. That he should not inflict injury on any of God's creatures. That he should not bear any. That he will bear every hardship for the sake of Allah, that is God. That he shall not follow vulgar customs and guard against evil inclinations. That he shall discard pride and haughtiness, live in humility and meekness. That he shall make it bigger just for the viewers. That he shall hold his faith, dignity, and the welfare of Islam dearer to them than his own life, wealth, and children. That he shall have sympathy for all of God's creatures and devote his talents to their welfare. That he shall establish this brotherhood with Ahmed, or you normally say the name of the Khalifa who's at at the time,
Mhm.
obeying me in all good things and firmly adhere to these rules until the last breath of your life. And maybe you can see, just to, I should have broken my fast, but
I'll let you can go and come back when you
Sure.
have time. My
Yeah.
my thing is here for a while. I'm gonna be, and there's a Bible study later, which we would love
Yeah.
to have you on. It might not make with your time, but
Yeah.
you're very welcome. I mean, it's been
I
fascinating.
suppose what I'll
learning
do,
more.
I'll
Yeah.
just say this one thing that might be evident from these 10 steps, and which is why we're the follow the second coming of Jesus.
Mhm.
What the metaphor means is that we're famous for a phrase or motto: love for all and hatred for none.
Mhm.
And so if I talk to any other Muslim in Speaker's Corner, and I just say, we should be kind to everybody and love everybody, he says, you must be an Ahmadi Muslim. That's the extent to which we're seen as the most loving kind of Muslims. And I'll end with that.
Okay. Have an easy. Well, you're breaking your fast.
Yeah.
And Eid Mubarak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me on your show. Appreciate it.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome.
All right.
Eid Mubarak.
Thank you. Eid Mubarak.
I joined at just the right moment, so you weren't alone. You see, one person for another. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
And I have to say, I'm going to disturb somebody. There we go.
What's his name?
She's Esme.
Esme.
Short for Esmeralda.
I see.
Yeah, she's going to be looks at me with disgust now for having moved her.
Yeah, Shadow. I'm not sure where exactly. I'm not sure where exactly. There's a few places. Yep, there's a few places she likes to hang out. So like 1, 2, 3, and then sometimes she goes over there 4.
Yeah, I have a chair next to me, and the cat likes to sit on it.
Aha, I see.
So because she would sit on my knee, but it's like with a desk, it's just not quite enough room to put a cat on there.
How have you been? It's been a while.
It's been a month or two. So yeah, I'm trying to remember when I last came on. I went to the gym for the first time in 3 months today.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. It was a bit of a mikvah, as they say, but it was interesting that I.
Hold on. Did you say mikvah or mitzvah?
Mitzvah.
Mitzvah. Okay.
Get my tongue together.
Okay. Because both would have worked. Mikvah is actually baptism.
And
yeah.
That would be. It was a bit of a baptism of fire back into it again. I had shingles, and in January, and it completely knocked me out. I had 3 weeks off work.
Yeah.
And then I've taken time to get back again.
Yeah. Well, now you don't need it, but the shingles vaccine for is.
They issue it to 75 pluses here for free.
Yeah.
I'm also from the same place he is, so interestingly.
Oh yeah, we have lots.
The
of
wrong
UK.
side of the pond.
We have lots of people from the old country. That
it's because you're in the evening slot here, so it's now 8 o'clock, 8:15 in the evening. So it's a perfect time for us to come on and chat to people. And
yeah. I usually don't do this early, although hopefully. So the problem we're having is that once you hit 15 admin slots on StreamYard, they want $4,000 a year for any additional slots, and it's like not going to shell that out. We're trying to figure out a way of having multiple accounts so that we can have more administrative slots, but we're also kind of playing a bit of a musical chairs with the admins. But I would love to see eventually, hopefully, Randos United would have 24/7 just chatting streams.
That would be sensible. Yeah, just join in and leave again. I mean, it works quite well. I mean, on the Discord, it worked quite well for a while. And then people sort of drifted off and had their own conversations. They didn't want others to, it became those who wanted to were in there. Yeah.
Yeah, what's $4,000, Lance?
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, as a single man, you got nothing to spend the money on except really,
Honestly, I already sink a lot of time and money into this little corner, but yeah.
So
yeah.
I'd like to self-declare at this point, having had 3, all of whom I've managed to dispose of into the wide world in some reasonable fashion.
I'm glad to hear it. I think 3 is almost an acceptable.
Thank you. So the advantage of there's. Going back to that discussion, it was really interesting, by the way, and I wanted to join earlier, and I was watching it earlier, as you could see, but I was still having my tea, as I call it.
That's very funny that for an American, for you to say, "I'm having my tea," and then show a bowl of food.
That's right.
I had my tea.
Yeah, well, I've got my coffee now, so I have got that as well. So it's definitely pudding time.
But tea is a meal in the UK, and it's not here. Yes.
No, because I had my main meal midday.
Yeah.
But going back to that family thing, it's really interesting because big families are bad news. They are bad news.
What do you mean?
It's not like I'm not a believer, and I understand that the children are a blessing from the Lord, and you want your 5 because that's your full quiver full and all this sort of stuff. But actually, firstly, the more you educate women, the fewer children they have, statistically.
Well, it depends what kind of education. Part of the problem is our education has deliberately been educating women to have fewer children.
You could say that.
Yeah.
But secondly, the reason that you have many children is it's interesting that they were talking about community and supporting each other and everything else, is that they've become a pension policy.
I think children are the best pension policy, and that's part of the reason why I think you should at least have 5 Well, I would honestly, like, my rabbi, his wife is 2 years younger than me. She just gave birth to their 10th, and they had their first grandson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I come from that sort of a complex but multi-wife family. That's so on both sides, it divorces and messes,
yeah, that's
and that also brings multiple challenges to it.
Yeah, that's very different. Funny enough, 2 of my great grandfathers had multiple wives at the same time, because that was actually a thing in Iran. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I got to meet. We called her Grandma Miriam. She was the sister wife to my great grandfather, who I'm named after, Mirza Yaqub. Yeah, and they liked each other. My grandmother Pasand and Grandma Miriam liked each other more than they liked my grandfather.
I bet that made for a very happy home for him.
Yeah, when my great grandmother died, Grandma Miriam was kind of done with my great grandfather and left the country. So he ended up. She was his 4th wife. He had 2 wives at the same time, but she was his 4th wife, and he ended up living alone at the. Well, he had many kids and grandkids who took care of him, but he ended up. His wife was living in Chicago when he died. So yeah.
Yeah. I want to finish the children thing, but I'm going to divert. I'm terrible divert.
Me too. Have you noticed?
No, I never spotted that. No. I was at university once upon a time, long ago and far away, and I met a very nice Israeli guy who was doing a PhD, and I was also doing my last year at uni, and we became fast friends. and his name was Sassoon. So his family name was Sassoon.
Oh,
That's
different.
Yeah. And of course, they left in 56. They left in 56.
So, for the people who don't know, the Sassoon family is an extremely wealthy Syrian
Iraq. So these were Iraqi ones.
Oh, they were Iraqi Sassoons.
And
Okay.
in 1948,
the Iraqi Sassoon family. I mean, if they're the famous Sassoon family,
they're not the famous.
We're not known for being incredibly wealthy. They were actually known for being incredibly well learned and scholars. Sassoon is a very popular and well-known name in Sephardic circles.
So they left Iraq in 48, went to Iran thinking it'd be nice and safe.
I had family who did that as well. Being from the Kurdish area, some of my family lived on the Iraqi side, and a lot of people. 48. So in Tehran, there was the Iraqi synagogue that was all the people who had come from Iraq, and they actually they kind of had their own community, but so that was a thing that happened, and some of my family moved and then later ended up immigrating to Israel. So
and I went and saw him in Israel after he'd graduated. And,
interesting.
Then he went and worked for some project inside the military state apparatus, and we had to cut contact.
Before I forget, are you coming to the conference we're having next February? You can't?
I can't make anything like that, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to make it. The saddest for me was that when Paul came to England, I left England the same day as he arrived, and came back the day he left. Because I always have my holidays at that point, because of the way my year works. So yeah, it was a great sadness to me.
So we're having we're going to
families.
We're going to have a conference in Jerusalem in next February, hopefully, if Chazi gets his act together, and we might have one of my candidates. I'm joking, but one of my candidates for the Messiah, Chazi's father, show up. I'm only joking. What?
Which Messiah?
Well, unfortunately, he can't be the Messiah because he's a Levi, and
yes.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, he can't be the Messiah, but pretty close to it, because apparently he's Jordan Peterson, Paul Vanderklay, Jonathan Pageau, and John Vervaeke rolled all into one, except he's Jewish.
I thought it was Burn Powers.
Burn Powers isn't Jewish.
That's true.
And he hasn't spent the last 40 years writing books and publishing and being a professor of psychology about the importance of religious life and art in the importance of religion and art in psychology and society. Like his father. Wow. So Chazi eventually is going to come on, and I'm going to get to yell at him in public, but I've been yelling at him for days now, because what he's been hiding from us is Chazi is interested in this little corner, not because of anything he learns here, but because he's like, oh, this is all the stuff my dad's been saying ever since I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Chazi decided not to mention that to everyone for some reason I can't fathom.
I can understand that. I can see that, if you had that sort of background, and actually this was nothing new to you, because you had someone. What would then happen is if you came in and said, oh yeah, dad does all this all the time, then everyone's going to say, where's your dad? Bring him in.
Right.
Why is he not talking to Paul Vanderklay every week?
I agree, but what's wrong with that? if Paul Vanderklay wanted to talk to my dad every week, I wouldn't mind.
I think if you're quite shy, or a little bit shy even, or you actually want to be your own person, maybe, then it might be a little
okay,
awkward.
so that was my guess, and that's why I was like, Chezi, can we get your dad to like maybe talk to John Vervaeke or Paul Vanderklay? And Chezi got very, very quiet. And I'll let him explain.
Right.
I've been spending the last 3 or 4 days needling Chezi over this because how I would have handled things is quite different from how Chezi has handled things. And the thing is, like, I could actually go over Chezi's head because his father, like, has his email all over the place, and
yeah,
like,
he's a public figure, isn't he? In that sense.
Yeah, like he's a university professor. He's a prominent university professor in Israel. He teaches at Bar-Ilan University, which is the equivalent. It's the Israeli equivalent of Yeshiva University. It's where the modern Orthodox in Israel go to university. And so
sounds like the Texas Theological Cemetery.
Cemetery? Did
I say cemetery? I went to Bible college here. We were very rude about Americans.
Well, in the yeshiva world, we were very rude about the standardized college rabbinic system that exists in modern Orthodoxy, because you apply to go to, it's called REITs, Rabbi Yitzchak Elochanan Theological Seminary at Yeshiva University, and you take your courses, and after I think 5 years, you have your Masters of Hebrew Letters, I guess they call it, and they call you a rabbi, right? And then you study 3 more years, and I think that's what they require, but it's like very, very, it's very
academic,
set on, yeah. And in the Haredi, so just to translate the term Haredi, please don't use the term ultra-Orthodox, but that's the other term that's used for the Haredi community, is in the Haredi community, that's not how being a rabbi works at all. Well, you go to a rabbi who can ordain you, and when he feels you're competent, he will ordain you. And oftentimes it's a formality you undergo because you are working in a situation where rabbinic ordination is considered part of the job, and you go to a rabbi who's respected, and he tests you to make sure that you have the requisite knowledge, and he ordains you. But it's very much, okay, a rabbinic position opens up, and the person who is best qualified for that position is that
elevated
person
to it.
That person gets ordained, right? But in modern Orthodoxy, like, people just go and get the degree, you know.
I have to say that what's happened is that we have infected you.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Yes, I have very much noticed that.
In the Tom Holland sense.
Yeah.
You're swimming in a Christian sea.
Yeah. And actually that's happening in Islam as well. That's the funny part.
That's the, our friend Khalid, it's interesting. He grew up in the UK, and he's an Ahmadiyya, which is already sort of, I'm sorry, Khalid, to say this to you, but it's a reaction to the arrival of Christians into India, that you get the things like the Ahmadiyya,
Mm.
And in fact, what you also get is Hinduism doesn't exist. Well, you know, it's interesting what Tom Holland was saying about, you know, if you'd asked an Indian what religion he was in 1500 before a single European turned up, or 1400,
he would have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he might have known I'm a Muslim, and he might have known I'm not a Muslim, but that would be probably the nearest thing you could get to it.
So it's interesting, you know, with the whole Noahide movement, part of the question has become, what do Noahides call themselves? Yeah. And Chezi pointed out in the Talmud, I was not aware of this, but in the Talmud, there is a discussion where it says anybody who denies idolatry, including Gentiles, is called a Jew, like a Yehudi. Yeah, that's that. I was surprised. I was surprised at that.
So we sing a little song called "Father Abraham Has Many Sons."
Yeah,
for children. But yes,
yeah. And in a very real sense, this is actually something that I've been talking to Christians more and more about. Within Judaism, our Orthodox Judaism, our belief has been that Abraham was the first, like his nation is a spiritual nation, which encompasses all of humanity. So when somebody converts to Judaism, since their father's name is no longer used, they, or oftentimes they don't have a Hebrew name anyway for their father, they get called Ben Abraham, right?
Abraham's.
So yeah, the son of Abraham, because we believe that all we believe that all converts are in fact a children of Abraham, and Ishmael and Moab, or Edom, those are not part of the 70 nations. When you look at the table of the 70 nations in Genesis, and within Judaism, there's this idea that so we say that we are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? Abraham is basically everybody. Isaac, his best known son, Ishmael, and there are other sons as well, and Jacob as opposed to Esau. And so for thousands of years, there has been an identification of Islam with Ishmael in Judaism and Christianity with Edom or Moab. And so the idea that Christians and Muslims are also sons of Abraham is not foreign to Judaism at all.
And for us, the Abrahamic religions, we see that, and it's to me what's interesting is with Islam is that, having studied it and lived in it for 10 years, is that actually it's not a Christian cult in one sense. If it's to be a cult of something, it is actually a Jewish cult.
Well,
it's much nearer to Judaism in many ways than to Christianity, which is an interesting discussion we should have. We were discussing families, by the way, and I think we ought to get back to that, because I think that was also an interesting run. No one's listening to us at the moment, by the way. There's 6 watching, but
14 watching.
Okay. No one's actually saying anything. So are we happy to go back to families, folks? If you want us to say anything else, just say anything. We can talk about something else. But I think with the families thing, that modernity has enforced a smaller family. And it was one of the interesting things about I read an article in The Economist. I would get The Economist every week, is that in America, they've just imposed about 10 years ago in certain areas, I think in New York, that if you have a car, you have to have these big seats for quite a long time. And whereas in the old days, you could fit 3 kids across, or maybe 4, now you can only fit 2. So if you want to go from 2 to 3, you have to get a bigger car. You have to upsize quite a lot. And apparently that's proving to be a restraint on family size.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because all the families I know have minivans, even the ones with only 1 or 2 kids, because or SUVs, because you need all that, for the kids stuff,
the clag,
all the stuff, that everybody has. Yeah.
We had our first one a year and a half into our marriage. We were a little bit earlier than we expected, but we went on holiday one year, and we had a mini car, a little tiny car, and we just threw our 2 suitcases in the back, and off we went, all happy. A year later, we have a bigger car, and the only way to get the baby into the baby seats in the back is through the middle, because everything else is just completely and utterly packed. That's what babies do to you. Oh, Chess is back. He wants to talk and be nice to you.
Well, Chazi is an admin on this channel. He doesn't need a link to come on this channel.
Is it short for Hezekiah?
So Yechezkel, Ezekiel.
Oh, Ezekiel. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I wondered which end of the word it was, type thing, because I knew, because one of the things is, of course, whereas English tried to shorten things from the front.
Chizkiah, I don't know that people really use Chizkiah as a. I don't know if I've had any family named Chizkiah. Yechezkel is very common.
Right.
Yechezkel is a very common name. Funny enough, I have had an uncle Eov. So not many Christians name their kids Job. Although we have Job, who
because he was miserable. You don't want to name your child after someone miserable.
Well, the funny thing about Jews naming their kids Eov is we traditionally believe he wasn't Jewish.
Yes. So, he's pre-Jewish.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's the oldest book in the Bible in some ways. But obviously Genesis covers the oldest bits, but the oldest written bit could be.
Well, Yosef doesn't believe it's that old based on the language and the fact that it uses blessing. So,
that's an interesting.
Yeah, because that may be a later tradition, like to say blessing God instead of cursing God.
Right.
So some people date Job later. Honestly, for me, it's not a huge issue.
No, but it's nice to talk about these things every now and again.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me because what gets me on that is that Job talks about Satan. And actually, in the Pentateuch, in the first 5 books, and in the earliest bits of the Bible, in fact, until quite late, until probably even Isaiah, which is almost the end of the biblical record, Satan is hardly mentioned.
Right.
And yet he's front and center in Job.
Yes.
And therefore, if you say, it's a later writing, that makes complete sense to me, because actually, as you look in, one of the big transformations of the Old Testament to the New Testament, from from the writings in Hebrew through to the Greek.
Paul, you missed Khalid was here. I was doing a randos conversation with him. He was explaining Ahmadiyya. You would have loved it, but he had to go break his fast.
Yeah, I think that. One is actually the arrival of a very definite angels and demons feel that you don't really see. And I know that modern Judaism has that strong feel as well, but that's presumably because there's a whole, both Christianity and Judaism came into the Pharisaic period, and I'm going to call it that in the nicest way possible, where the Pharisees would people who were honestly wrestling with a situation which they hadn't seen before, i.e. that Jews lived so far away from the temple they didn't know how to get to the temple on a regular basis, and invented synagogue.
So Father Stephen actually it's been interesting hearing him, because he very much believes that modern day Judaism has pruned away a lot of the Enochic material.
Oh.
And so he thinks that modern day Judaism has pruned too much of that away.
Interesting.
And I mean, obviously, they have a much more expanded canon than Judaism and Protestantism does. And so for him, the Enoch material is very important.
Oh. I've read it twice, I think, but I can't say I remember hardly any of it.
So when I first came into this little corner, I would mention Enoch a lot, because when Christians would tell me that it's impossible to keep the entirety of the law, it's like, well, what about Enoch? And for me, it was just because of the one line in Genesis, and the fact that he's only mentioned in one line in Genesis made me comfortable in saying, you have no reason to say he sinned. There is no reason for you to say he sinned. So
why would God have taken him up if he had sinned?
So Rashi actually says that he was taken up because God saw that he would in fact sin. God was saving him from his
own potential to sin.
Yes. Chezi, I'm so glad you're here, because I need a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Hezi, hello.
Hello, sir.
I'm Guy.
I'm here because I love this space, but I know that Jacob is about to get upset at me. So.
Yeah, you're warned, aren't you? You're pre-warned.
I'm pre-warned. He's been hammering me for the last few days.
I understand exactly why you wouldn't want to say that if Dad early on in a conversation like that. That would be just like so heavy. That's understandable.
Well, I'll try to explain some of it when Jacob pops back on.
Is your second name Spiro? Is it Spiro in English with an I, or is it always been an E? I have some friends who are called Spiro.
So it's an E, and all E's are basically related to me.
Right.
I's sometimes can be related to me. It's from a town in Europe, a little village called Spire, and that Spiro, Shapiro. There's a few iterations of that name, but
we were in Czechoslovakia in Prague last year. And have you been? I don't know if you've been to Prague, but it's an amazing place for Jewish stuff. And they've kept one of the synagogues running, but the Second World War wasn't kind to them in that sense. And they have one of the older synagogues. They've actually written everybody's name on the wall, and it's just, I mean, your surname would have garnered at least 2 or 3 big columns. It was just, I mean, it makes me almost cry just think of it, but it is an amazing thing.
There's a famous synagogue of a rabbi named the Maharal.
Okay.
And he's from Prague, and he was a very famous rabbi, Judah Lau Betzalel. And I think this is like the 1500s. And he famously had the story of the Golem, the Jews in Prague.
Yes.
Were being, right. So there's the statues over there. Speaking about my father recently just made a statue of it. But there's the statue of the Maharal rabbi, and wrapped on his leg is the Golem. But I was discussing very briefly with Yosef Razin about how that relates to AI. And those are early hints of Judaism playing with an idea of, what is a being. The way he wakes up the golem is he stamps his name with God's name on his forehead, whether it's the Tetragrammaton or the word emet, truth. but what is it to create this shell of a man or this entity, and what are the implications of that as we are rushing towards creating AGI? We should think about these things.
Yeah, those stories have resonance, don't they? Of course, we do create little AIs. They're called children.
That is true, and they're also not too controllable. Send them like right.
Yeah, it's reverse control most of the time. I think the little cries and everything else. They have you by the heart the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple things working together. There's the fact that as they age, they're at a certain age they want to sort of push away, remove themselves from you, and that's really a biological response, a natural response to sort of moving on from the family, finding a wife, going out there, and then later on in life they realize that, man, mom and dad knew what they were talking about, and they have to come back.
You realize you are your father.
So I was telling this to my wife. There was an interaction with my son, and he's old enough to remember these interactions like I remember these interactions with my dad. And it's very clear to me sometimes. I'm like, I just recreated the same exact experience I had. So it's it's sort of it's unavoidable in a certain sense. And I try to tell myself that I am trying to exercise and emulate the best of my father and grandfather and so on and so forth. So it's a little different. But yeah, very difficult to transfer wisdom to children.
Yes.
They just won't listen.
But actually, I think human beings, as much as anything else, learn by rubbing up against each other, which is why being alone is such a poor thing for us. I have a group from my church, and we generally full of people who don't rub up against each other, and it doesn't work well. And then they suddenly find community in church and say, yeah, I didn't know what was going on, but now I'm addicted.
Jacob was discussing, that I just made it with 3 kids.
Yeah.
See, I think I'm thinking 4 is a minimum, because each one should have a brother and a sister. So you have to have 2 boys and 2 girls.
Prove it. You can't work it that way, Jacob.
We definitely can in the future.
I have a friend, and his parents wanted a daughter. They had 4 sons and then a daughter, and the sons knew they weren't wanted. Basically, not a great place to be.
Well, my nephew Ryan is the 3rd son, and yeah, I know several 3rd sons and 1 3rd daughter who it was very obvious they were trying one more time for the other and didn't get it. But once you start having 5, 6, you don't have to worry so much about that.
I have them. Well, we will be moving soon, and there'll be more space. But even now, when there's still another room I could use, I have both my boys and their sister together in one room right now. I just think it's I like that bedtime is together. I like that they have that experience sort of together. And my attitude is, even though I tell them to, it's bedtime, as long as they're talking, thinking I don't know, but they're talking to each other, I'm fine with that. I want that kind of conversation to be happening. I tell this to my wife sometimes, that there are times that we need to allow them to get into trouble and not say anything, because they need to feel that they're testing the limit sometimes, and they need to feel that they got away with it. And that's difficult to sort of watch that scenario. It's like, even if my wife was looking at me, my daughter fell down in the park. And she was there with her friend, and she looked at me, and I turned around to look at her and sort of assess if she was too hurt. And I looked at my wife, I'm like, what? She's crying, let her get up. So it's difficult to do. And maybe I'm a little too cold about that, but
There's a great English phrase that says "whoops-a-daisy" when they fall over.
Exactly. That's sort of the attitude. I don't know. There's, I think, what's his name? Jacob, you'll know, the Coddling of the American Mind, Jonathan Haidt. He was, if I recall correctly, was talking about this whole free range space for kids. And he had these parks where you drop off your kid for like 2 to 3 hours and the parent leaves and you just let the kids, it's Lord of the Flies, so to speak. But you let the kids, roam and do their thing. And it's funny that
when I was 10, we used to go out into the street and we had to be home by dark.
Yeah, my mother-in-law was in conniptions. She's from the States. When I told her that, like, her first-year-old grandson is going to be taking a bus by himself, like a 30-minute bus from our house to the old city of Jerusalem, which is like a tense area. And I'm like, Bill's character, Mom, don't worry about it. Like, he'll be fine. I ultimately think that's the right move. It's just, the world. I mean, as I'm saying that, this is something that we were all telling the woke community, so to speak, back in the day when Ben Shapiro in his heyday was talking in schools. The line was, when these children get to their corporate firms or the real world will straighten them up. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The case seems to be that everyone.
It's already baked in. It's already baked in. Wait, you've got to. Sorry, Chizzy, but it's if you don't get it early, you can't bake it in.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing, Hezzy?
Poor
guy.
I'm waiting for the wrath of Jacob. Hit it, Jacob.
Yeah.
You can tell me.
What a bad son you are. So explain to us what you've been hiding from us, Hezzy.
I don't think I was hiding anything. I mentioned this actually with my randos conversation. Thank you again for the time, Paul. I had with Paul, and I was mentioning that my father was a psychologist, and that we were aware of Jordan Peterson and some of this conversation. And the reason I was attracted to this was because I was hearing Jordan Peterson sort of speak on a public form and in a public scale of sort of what I've heard growing up. Now, the reason I didn't introduce my father to this little corner is, which I mentioned to Jacob, is the internet has a way of messing with us at times. It requires a tremendous amount of attention. And knowing my 70-year-old father, I think he would be fairly popular in a place like this. And I don't know if that's the right thing for him. And I don't know if that's the right thing for him. Like, I could easily see, I was explaining to Jacob, my father is very talented. He's an artist. But he will.
He's really well spoken.
He will pick up a piece of clay and create a beautiful sculpture, and then decide for the next year to invest tremendous amount of money on, sculpting material. But then he's done with that, and then he's on to the next thing where he's also fantastic in. So, but then you have to think of, there's a woman that lives with him. Her house is completely overtaken by sculptures, right? And she just wants to like move through. So I have to think about my mom saying, I want to come to one of the kids' birthday party, but your dad won't leave because he's talking to John Vervaeke, or your dad won't go because he these things. Now, there's other things there which Paul magically handles very well. I see my father responding to comments. You know what I mean? Like, Claire starts writing to him stuff. He's going to be like, who's this person? Bop, bop, bop. And like, hey, Dad, you didn't leave the house in like 4 weeks. Maybe you should come over. So I gave Jacob an example from the Talmud where there are these rabbis and they are looking for I believe, for a red heifer for the temple. And it's known that this Gentile has one. And they go over to the Gentile, but he's sleeping, and his father and his son is there. And the son says, "I'm sorry, guys, I can't wake up my dad. Like, I understand you guys want to make this deal, but he's napping right now." And they give him this crazy amount of money, and he still says no. And at the end, miraculously, it ends up working out. But the message, the moral of the story is that we learn respecting one's parents from this Gentile. And my point to Jacob was that I realized this could be something that my father would enjoy. I hope that I'm not waking him up for the right reasons. But
Are you respecting him, or are you
What's your move in
patronizing
here,
him?
Jacob? Huh? What's your motivation, my
My
friend?
motivation, you see this man? He was known during his lifetime to be the best candidate we had to be the Messiah. I am a messianist. I believe in the coming of the Messiah. And when I took a look at the work that Chazi's father has been doing for 40 years and how it goes along with everything that the meaning crisis is, like, I'm like, Chazi, why are you hiding like this jewel? And he's like, oh, because I know better than my father how to be an adult.
I will say, Hezi, that if my father were alive, it would be very interesting too, because he would have been all over this little corner, and he would have been doing conversations. But he, I don't know that when you describe your father, he sounds a lot more like my sister. My sister's very much like that. And you can go watch her on YouTube because she does know the internet, but she burns through things quickly. So leaving, as you say, all sorts of things in her wake for her family to clean up.
Jacob, like you said, ultimately you could go over my head and decide to, do whatever you want. And it's not like I had like this little secret. There's plenty of things I'm learning on this channel all the time. This channel is fantastic. It is true that growing up to a psychologist and a fairly well-read and open-minded person, I got to experience some of this wisdom, and but that's true on many in many religious communities. People that have this treasure trove, so to speak, it's a little easier them to navigate these waters. But there's a limit of what my exposure to Christianity was like with my dad. Like, my mom is a lot more, in a certain sense, a lot more strict or traditional than my father was. So she would be having like none of this. But this is why this channel is so amazing. Like, I would hope that my mother and father did a good job raising their son, where some of these things that my father taught are being embodied by me, and this is what's being introduced into this community. And I'm not saying, Jacob, that like my father is like, I'm nothing, I'm not worthy, he's amazing. But my point being, he is trying to raise an individual or raise an individual who is taking his Torah and his teachings and trying to integrate them in the real world over here. So, be happy with that product. As Jacob eats his
I agree with Phlebas, as he is my Christian Reformed brother in this, and he in fact did introduce another family member to me, and he has some questions as to whether that was wise, because I directed that family member to a group that I knew could give him more attention than I could, and it's been quite an interesting journey. So,
Jacob, before I move on to something a different topic, you're welcome to. I'm giving you another minute to call me a heretic.
Don't give him any. Don't give him any.
It's my channel.
So, are they Morge too, or are they Akami beans?
What you're eating?
Oh, these are edamame. Yeah.
He lives in California. That's what we eat here.
Yeah.
Those are our snacks.
I'm having suet pudding because I'm on the right side of the pond. I have to say, just to make sure that people are happy with that, is that it is with vegetable suet.
No. So, Chazi, did you take your father to see Jordan Peterson with your brothers?
Binary answer.
First of all, he didn't go with me and my brothers, but this is part of, and I'm trying to say this respectfully without, like, my dad's like less interested in seeing Jordan Peterson. He's like, yeah, okay, like, what's the guy talking about? Like, and that itself, like, I don't know if that's the right attitude for this place. Like, my dad's like a big personality. So, like, he's
and we never have any personalities in this corner.
Very boring individuals, non-controversial.
I mean, he's impressed by him, and also sort of not as interested. Like, my dad, like, rather write his next book, or like, you know, or like work on a sculpture. He's like not like a Peterson fanboy, so to speak.
Okay, yeah, and that's great because first of all, I don't think we need Peterson fanboys. Your father has for 40 years been teaching clinical psychology, and his work, which I tried to dig into a little bit, like you saw, I didn't fanboy over him. The poor guy's a Freudian. God have mercy on his soul. But like, that doesn't matter. He has things to contribute to this dialogue and this conversation. And if he doesn't want to, that's one thing. But if he does want to, and you're holding him back, it's like, how dare you? How would you feel if your son treated you like you're treating him?
My kids treat me like that all the time. My daughter just sent me a recommendation for TV, and I said to my wife, honey, should we watch this? She's like, no. Then she said about that maybe she doesn't want her parents watching this recommendation. So there's a lot of layers in this adult parent child thing. So I'm Team Chezi with this.
Jacob,
you gotta keep your worlds apart.
I'm trying. I'm trying to protect him. I know you realize that. I know you think that that's nonsense.
And this is why.
He may make his way here anyway, Jacob.
Jacob thinks you're trying to protect yourself. That's the real difficulty.
No.
I would disappear in a second, and I'm all good with that. Like,
it's absolutely not true. And if I really wanted to, I could just contact his father.
You'll have a blast.
But
I know, Bruce. That's like what I've been thinking for the last few days.
I actually respect the reasons Chezi has, which is why I'm trying to convince him
publicly.
I tried privately too. But shame works.
By the way, Jacob, I would also say that 40 years ago, some of the ideas were more novel. And you know, growing up in, I know you don't like the term ultra-Orthodox, so Haredi, which means God-fearing. The reason I don't use that term is just because I see myself as God-fearing. So they shouldn't have, you know, it's not there to claim that name. But either way, in that community, growing up in a neighborhood that was very close to mine, talking about Jacob fighting the angel as an allegory, or so that was more novel at the time.
That would go down well.
How long ago?
Again, like 40 years ago or so. So, like, you know, that's like a conversation. I mean, and the conversations like that happened, obviously, but I'm talking about within our circles, talking about that more publicly, or at the very least, like at the Shabbat dinner table, like very openly talking about those concepts or flowing around with those concepts. There are people that are having these conversations today. Do I think he has things to contribute? Yes. Do I wish he would be like less dense with how he wrote and less technical, potentially? But Jordan Peterson is having like the biggest, biblical theological conversation out there right now. So, you know, and yes, Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro are not like their representatives for Judaism.
I enjoy Dennis Prager, but every time, all those episodes with Ben Shapiro, it's like
he's a robot.
I met him, and he is exactly like that.
I believe it.
Yeah. He's an inch taller than me, which made me very uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm too short. No, he was all right.
Don't go near Paul.
It's just a strange. I find it interesting to see him getting into these discussions at all now. I always thought that he would stay in his lane then. So I don't know if that's growth or not. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Ben Shapiro, the world is his lane.
Yeah, that seems to be the case now. Yeah. At one point I thought it was very specific, but not anymore.
It's weird that Jordan is like, the few times I've heard Jordan speak about Ben Shapiro, he's always talking about how smart he is, but I don't know.
Well, he is smart. He's not dumb. Okay. He's smart. That doesn't mean he's theologically aligned with people or Orthodox Jews across the world or wise, but he might be very smart. He is.
And
he's not deep.
He admits.
I think he's deep in his own regard.
Oh, hold on. No. He's not deep in Jewish learning.
Yeah, that's true, probably.
That.
Yeah.
His level of Jewish learning is very cursory, and even more cursory than mine. And my level of Jewish knowledge is not where like an actual person who is considered a scholar, like you listen to Rabbi Breitowitz and one of his Q&As. Like if you haven't listened to one of Rabbi Breidowitz's Q&As, I highly recommend it, because you hear like people asking him questions from all over, and he has all of it at his fingertips. And it's a level of depth of knowledge of Torah that it's awe-inspiring.
So I'm going to bring something in here. Bear with me for a moment. I want to see how this lands and how this relates to this little corner. But there's this rabbi, Ethiopian rabbi, named Dr. Shalom Sharon. And he would be considered modern Orthodox in Israel. And this is part of an ongoing saga in Israel with the Ethiopian Jews, who were recognized as the lost tribe of Dan. And they were incorporated in the Israeli society, Jewish society, which involved also some military and government operations of extracting Ethiopians and bringing them into Israel. Now, this rabbi recently wrote a book. Well, sorry, I'll take a step back. The Ethiopian community and its tradition sets it back after the first exile. So, hey, Sam, the temple gets destroyed and they, branch off to themselves, as in they don't have contact with the Talmud. They don't have contact with the halakha codex that's being developed over these years. In the establishment of Israel in a few years following that, they get into contact with Jews over here, and they're brought over, and they are forced to go through a conversion, even though they're considered Jewish, but they're not. They're some of the communities doubtful about this, and they have to also go through this like sort of minor circumcision procedure, which was very demeaning at the time. And all their sages are being told, like, you guys are considered Jewish, but forget all this fossilized Judaism, First Temple that you guys know. You guys gotta sort of join the gang over here and update your iOS. Now, this rabbi is
it sounds like when evangelicals become Catholic. It's like, you're a Christian. We probably need to rebaptize you, we think. And and you're definitely going to need to go through catechism again.
Right.
Not saying you're not Christian, but
this rabbi, when he was a student, asked one of his rabbis, why am I doing this? Why are you guys making me go through this conversion? And he says, like, listen, at the end of the day, if you want to get into the dating circle, if you want to be part of the community over here, you don't want people doubting, like, where you are, where you come from. Today, his whole attitude is that if Judaism has a live treasure trove, which is this authentic version of Judaism going all the way back to the first temple. And it shouldn't be just pushed aside, as in it should be looked at as at least an option to reassess rabbinic law, how to move forward, and how to look at the other communities. And I was thinking how that potentially relates to Christianity, breaking off from Judaism. Is it, and I know Jacob wouldn't agree with this, is it one of the options that Judaism we're dealing with? Or is this like, as if the Pharisees and this is like a illegitimate break off? But when I look at the Ethiopians and, their traditions, it's very different, but very similar. They also have a blessing for everything, but it's one blessing. While I have intricate blessings, one for the tree and one for the cloud and one for the thunder, their blessing just covers all. The way they pray is a little different. But I think definitely in Judaism, we should be able to still accept that and see that as legitimate while still moving on. So I leave that for you to play with.
How different?
Can I say
are
something? Sorry, I have another example of the same thing. So first of all, I've met an Ethiopian Jewish lady up on the Golan Heights. She was doing a military service, and she felt that the whole community was actually discriminated against quite badly. But I was in Uzbekistan, and the Bukharan Jews have the same problem, that they're although they're much nearer to modern Judaism, they're Sephardic and beyond Sephardic into Central Asia, and basically the Jewish, when they were thinking about going Aliyah, then the rabbis came over from Israel and said, "Here's the book. Here's the. I've actually got a copy on my shelf somewhere." They said, this is how you should be praying, and they're saying, but this isn't how we prayed as kids. This isn't what we had. And they, obviously, being under the Soviet Union, a lot of it was lost anyway. It all became very folky. But basically, Western classic Hasidic Judaism was being imposed onto the Bukharan Jews. So most of them went to New York. It was safer there.
How similar are the Ethiopian Jews to like Samaritans in a certain sense? Because it sounds sort of similar in that they're like got some shared First Temple DNA, but not shared post Second Temple exilic DNA.
Correct. So there are similarities. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know off the top of my head like the major differences, but there's differences. But just
aren't Samaritans syncretistic in the sense they have other? I'm not even going to call them gods, but other people they're very interested in.
Other people they're interested in?
Okay, so
spirits.
Chezi doesn't at all put any sort of stock into a line that Orthodox Judaism has been trying to maintain so that all of Orthodox Judaism can keep in a communion together and be one community, which is the Shulchan Aruch, this code of Jewish law written by Rabbi Joseph Cairo around the year 1500 that has become the catechism of the entire Jewish community. And with very rare exceptions, 99.999% of all Jews come from communities which accepted the Shulchan Aruch. And so it's really cute, especially coming from people who, for all kinds of reasons that have very little to do with religion and a lot more to do with politics, want to be very inclusive of people and want to allow anything to call itself Judaism. But if we don't hold the line at Shulchan Aruch, guess what's going to happen? In a very short amount of time, we're going to have as many Orthodox Jewish denominations as Protestants do.
So I wanna let Sam. He wanted to say something, but I wanna just respond to that, Jacob. That even this rabbi is not saying it, and I'm not saying that we should now revert back to what this community has to offer. What I'm saying is it's silly to ignore, this community and to not.
Who's ignoring them?
1 second, hear me out, brother. It's to look at them and take stock and reassess, because at some point you see yourself stagnating and you see yourself not moving, and you have to see how do you start incorporating and having a larger umbrella, so to speak, that potentially could host more individuals within the community. And there are other Jewish communities out there that potentially could give you a quote unquote legitimate source how to do that.
And if the Jewish community fragments into as many denominations as the Protestants have, what are you going to do then?
We're fine,
No,
We get along.
no, Sam, it's not the same. Because I can walk into any Orthodox synagogue and we all have Shulchan Aruch, which keeps that, it defines what is we call the 4 cubits of halacha. And Chezi wants to get rid of this line that delineates between what is inside Judaism and what is outside of Orthodox Judaism.
I'll give you an example, Jacob. If, so to speak, if I'm trying to speak to, let's say, specifically the Jewish population, and I'm looking at, let's say, a secular population, and I'm saying I want there to be some sort of spectrum where I don't have to necessarily have the standard of the most pious Jew in the world, which that standard almost never existed in Jewish history, them keeping on all these laws and all these halachic traditions. Can I create a spectrum where people could feel more comfortable and slowly make their way across the spectrum and move across the spectrum and still allow a place where someone could feel traditional or even be within the group of religious and not necessarily be experiencing his life the same way as I am?
So let me translate this in a very uncharitable translation for our Gentile audience here.
Please.
Chezi wants to figure out a way so that the state of Israel, which of course isn't a theocracy and can't be a theocracy, can still be the type of theocracy he would like it to be. And the actual answer is to recognize that no, the state of Israel can't be a theocracy because Judaism doesn't have enough rules for a theocracy, and to abandon this political Zionist mirage that Chezi would like to call, what did you call that? Well, you certainly used Reshit Smichat Gelotenu, Hashem Yirachem Aleinu.
I said we shouldn't use that term anymore because it's not the beginning of the redemption. I said the building of the state of Israel is the redemption, and I'm saying that the redemption isn't the goal. That's not the end point. That is the starting point.
Can we get this out?
What? Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so what does what kind of theocracy are we talking about? I feel like this is similar to the Christian nationalist conversation in the United States, where no one ever really says what they mean. And either the people are like, man, Christian nationalism is this evil new thing. They think something. And then even the people are like, I believe in Christian nationalism. I support something, but I don't know what the something is. And so what would theocracy look like for Israel?
Not very different than it looks now, and that still doesn't mean it would look different. But I don't see there being a priests running the government, but I see the government, even if it's a secular government, and I'm okay with different versions of how you play the political game. As in, it makes sense right now that the game is democracy, but this might sound controversial. If a monarchy would make sense globally, and we could see that that's working out across the world, and this is also what the Bible tells us, that when we come to the land and we look at the other nations and see what they're doing, we could adopt that kind of system. So you're giving me that faith, Jacob. Does it not say that we look around and say,
so, but Hezi, you said a king?
I could even see something like that working, if that is, if my point being, if
there's a Jewish king, do you know how much the American dispensationalists are going to have an absolute freak out? But in any case,
yes, please, let's have one of those.
Point, Sam, my specific point was the Bible
Zionist halomot causing you to absolutely destroy Yiddishkeit in order to save your political dreams. That's all I see here.
But that's why you need Ethiopian and Bukharan Judaism and Sephardic Judaism, because they never spoke Yiddish.
Sam, I think the theocracy, how it plays out over here is that there's a dialogue between the religious and the secular, and secular being, let's say, the government. Rabbis and priests don't know how to run budgets and don't know how to run an army or any one of those sectors.
It'd be like a judicial class?
Yes.
So basically a religiously structured judiciary.
Now, much of that is already instituted already. The way we live all our lives as liberal people, a lot of these things already, Bible law and ethics are already woven into our society. Yes, there would be differences. Now, people run and say like, oh, it would turn into like Iran, or we're going to be stoning people. So the answer is that's gobbledygook. That's anyone
turning into Iran doesn't require stoning people, Hezi.
Or women not driving, or women staying at home, or any interpretation. Anyone that is reading halakha, Jewish law, in that through that lens, is just not reading it correctly.
I am not talking about whether or not I would love personally to have the option to live in a community under halakha, but what halakha itself allows is enough freedom for people to have religious. There's a reason why we are in galut. I
don't know what galut means.
Exile.
This is all
you don't have to be galuting,
horrible.
Jacob. You can go Aliyah.
This is all your horrible political stuff perverting Judaism, and that's why I am so against your rabid Zionism trying to destroy my religion.
So I'm curious, how do you start a new kingship?
No, again, I'll stress that would only happen.
Paul's comment up, please, because I think it's good.
That would only happen if that model proved to be a successful model. As in, if
so
right now,
judiciary first, and then, but I mean, I can imagine something that's sort of like a chill Jewish judiciary that isn't stoning people and isn't Iran and is letting women drive. And then you have something like a parliamentary democratic constitutional monarchy, kind of a la England.
Right.
But, like the English monarchy, that one is pretty darn old. And starting a monarchy from scratch sounds very...
The state of Israel, about a week ago, just almost fell apart because they were trying to make a tiny change in how the current high court. So these are all complete chalomot out of nowhere, where
it's a Kairos moment,
which have no capacity in
like Jacob was saying,
to ever be reality outside of a supernatural coming of the Messiah.
Well,
and that's why we have to remember mipnei chatatenu galinu mi'artzenu, and that's why we are in exile, is because of our sins, and doing political machinations will never create the spiritual reality that needs to exist in order for us to have the coming of the Messiah, which hasn't happened yet. Ugh.
Not even Chez's dad.
I would say, Jacob, again, two things. One, Sam, my point about the king was the Bible gives a verse that when we come to the land and we look around what the other nations are doing, we could put a king onto ourselves. It's not a recommendation. There's something we could do. I look at king and I put their political system or the best game in town. Okay. As in Judaism and the Bible is not telling you, we know the best way to, what the law of the land was going to be and how to best govern a people. It could be that you'll still need some sort of system. And it could be that the nations around you will come up with a system that makes sense. And if so, and if it does make sense, you should adopt it. Now, looking at democracy, even if there was a theocracy over here, I would still, and this is what Judaism believes, do whatever you want in your house, right? There's no one's coming into your house and making you put on phylacteries or checking if your dietary restrictions are being upheld. There's what's happening in the public square, which already in Israel, Sabbath is the day off. No one is working or driving on the Day of Atonement. There are many things that are already integrated inside on Passover and on many different holidays. It's already built in.
Israel does have a peculiar dance of religion and secular that is almost like Christianity in America in the South in like the 1950s or something, where it's so culturally integrated that, of course, no one does anything on Sundays, and you never want to be seen drinking, or at least not too much, and a bunch of those sorts of things, even though, of course, it's a constitutional democracy. But I still feel like this is one of those things. I was talking a little bit about this with Kale and Paul on our live stream, is that I feel like monarchy always requires some connection to divinity. And the only counterexample that I can kind of think of in the modern world is like the Kim regime in North Korea, which has started to turn into a hereditary monarchy, basically. And they quasi-divinize themselves, but they don't quite have a theology of how that works, but they just kind of act it out in this sort of weird, kind of unclarified way, as best I can tell.
Right, so I don't see that playing out well. And Jacob he was saying that like I'm living in dreamland, and this is why we're still in exile because of our sins, right? So I hope I represented that well. I see the return to the land after 2,000 years. So many prophecies being actualized on the ground. I see that as redemption, as the starting point, not the end goal, and only as a people that could be in a political body and are no longer at the behest of other entities and countries. While I understand there's still U.S. involvement in our politics, we now for the first time could start expressing ourselves. And that is a process. It's been 75 years. It hasn't been forever. It's extremely impressive. And that's why when I said Kairos moment, what happened right now politically is because there is a tension with the secular and the religious over here, because the name is Israel. All the streets you go on are biblical. It's built in.
Do you want to talk about the Basar Lavan controversy that almost destroyed Israel?
As far as having like bacon in the country?
Yes, in the country at all.
So they have a status quo, and there's other places where they have a status quo.
No bacon, no peace.
So in Israel, like in Jerusalem, there's no public transportation on the Sabbath, and in Haifa, there is. And this is what's still left from the status quo that's being maintained from like the British mandate. And because we have to do this dance, however, and this is both internally and into the world, if we don't feel comfortable saying why we're in the land of Israel and what we're doing over here, then we won't be able to handle the world pressure, and we won't be able to handle the pressure inside. So
I have a great answer to that, but I would rather hear Raj speak.
Please go ahead.
Well, I had a question actually. What's the status of like aristocracy? So Sam was talking about you can't really, you need to have some sort of theology to divinize the king. But I figure one of the ways a king pops up the other way is through a system of aristocracy. And then like the old idea of democracy in Athens and stuff like that is not election, but selection. And so you have to have these people who show an aristocracy of the noble, and from there you select a king. And I know that sounds completely divorced from what we have now, but like you need to be able, like there needs to be a way of elevating whole groups of people, like families, that are embodying the ideal that we're looking for. Otherwise, to just pick an ideal out of nowhere, someone who's going to be able to embody the nation or the state as a king from, I don't know, just like out of random, just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. The king's always attached to a lineage.
This is all like up in the air. Like maybe in 500 years, something like this could be. This isn't even close.
I don't know.
To
Sometimes
the actual...
things happen. You know, the French Revolution didn't think they would get an emperor out of the whole thing. Not that it lasted that long, but they kind of did for a while. Again, that's another way that kings pop up, is some sort of great revolutionary military victor. That's a relatively common way to create a new line of kings, like Julius Caesar. But even then, even like Julius Caesar and Caesar Augustus had to do this weird dance for like the first couple decades before it really wasn't like an outright, monarchy.
You are absolutely right. We might have blood running in the streets with a bloody revolution, if that's the type of thing that might in fact cause something like this. But I personally don't think that's a manifestation of the coming of the Messiah.
Jacob, you mentioned just how quickly things could change. You mentioned about earlier on the stream about your sister walking, and then you told her maybe move somewhere else, and then nothing happened in the end. And then your parents said, like, see, nothing happened. It could, things are so combustible today in the world. The wrong tweet from Elon Musk could, affect the market, which could, send people riding on the streets. The prime minister of Israel fired his minister of security of defense, and within 15 minutes, there were hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. So things can change very quickly. I would agree with Raj that, again, entertaining a conversation like a king, even in Judaism, there are criteria. So like this would be a leader. It's not something you just pick willy-nilly. And we have no leaders like that today.
So I am saying when we see our society unraveling in this way, that we're looking at civil war both here and in other countries, then the reasonable, rational thing is not to be out there considering what weird new great thing that might happen. Maybe we need to be thinking about our society actually working in small steps towards being better than it is, as opposed to just itching for a revolution where in 20 years, if in 20 years it is illegal to import pork into Israel, because certainly there's nowhere in halacha where you can actually have pig farms in Israel. Like that's not going to fly
Whereas there are kibbutzim who already have pigs, and so like you're already changing things much that it's going to it's going to take a bloodbath for such a thing to happen.
But the 500 year the 500 year idea that you're talking about, it's like that's the way that I think you have to think about it. We have to figure out how to re-engage generational transfer so that you can build a family like that through time that becomes these people who make these small moves. No. And that's not a very satisfying answer, but people need to stop thinking of, like, we think so narrowly. There are people who think 1900 was a long time ago. And we need to start being able to think that, like, okay, what is it that I want my children to do? What is it that I want my grandchildren to do? And it's not dictating every aspect of their life, but like, what is this purpose? What is the purpose of this family? The idea that a family has a purpose is almost completely gone. Like my grandparents immigrated to this country, and I have to think about this. They came here. What reason did they come here for? Was it so that I could lose my identity and start buying a culture? No, that's not why they came here.
I agree with you 100%, but that goes exactly counter to everything Chezi is trying to do.
What are we doing in Israel?
Throwing the Shulchan Aruch out.
No, I did not say I'm throwing out the Halacha Codex, and that's a separate conversation of how it needs to be updated and when it needs to be updated. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying is you're saying we need to work first on society on small steps. Part of those small steps would be, how do we better engage with our Ethiopian brothers? And how do we better engage with the other communities and try to create now you could be like, the uniform voice and language we have is called the halacha. And I'm saying that there is a exile version of halacha, which kept us for 2,000 years, but that is all learning how to live. When we have a state is when the actual living takes place. This is when we need to start manifesting what we were studying for 2,000 years. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to look like what we were learning. And it doesn't necessarily mean that what was created, which I've dubbed like this exoskeleton, we don't have to feel that it's weighing us down or trapping us when we are already in our homeland. At some point, we need to be able to remove this exoskeleton and move forward. And some of those tensions are secular Judaism right now, or secular Israelis are bumping up against a very specific version of Judaism, which has political power. And they see that as, this is what Judaism is representing, and this is what it represents to the world. And we could have a completely different conversation if the political Judaism wasn't being represented by, Europe in the 1600s.
What's interesting about the 1600s, though, is that you've got Jacob talking about the codification of Ashkenazi Judaism, effectively.
It's not Ashkenazi Judaism. No, Rabbi Cairo was Sephardic. This is...
Okay, I apologize. Of modern Judaism.
I'm Sephardic. Yeah, of modern Judaism.
I was thinking about that as I said it, and I realized that it wasn't helpful. But so that getting you called it a creed, interestingly enough.
Catechism. Yeah.
And it's interesting that, in the 1600s, of course, Protestantism was getting its own little catechism about sola fide and all that sort of stuff, sola scriptura. What's interesting, I think, Raj, that are you Sikh?
Yeah.
When's the first guru?
1469.
Isn't that an interesting moment? Suddenly, all these things are stirring in the pot. And obviously, Sam's stuff is more recent because he's a heretic from a heretic. But
hey, the Unitarians, we wrote our first catechisms in like the 1550s, so we were there too.
Oh, right. Okay.
Jacob, but you don't think it's
interesting? It's historic. We are historic, long historic, communities. But
Think how backwards it is that you have Ethiopian Jews dressing up, wearing the garb of Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, dressing up as someone who doesn't accept them fully as Jews.
First of all, this is part of the problem of people who don't. And so Andrew is a catechumen in the Coptic Church. And one of the discussions I have had with him about him converting within the Coptic Church is because I know from history, including Jewish history, that the priest, Pope Tadros III himself, could baptize Andrew, and there would still be people at that church who would be like, he's not Coptic. They're never going to accept him as Coptic, right? Because they're not religious enough to believe that when you go under that water and you come out back up, that changes something in you that is actually more important than what you look like or who your parents were, that you become a part of our tribe. So the religious Jews, the actual Haredi Jews, are the ones who accept converts, including, yes, they accept converts.
They wouldn't accept Moses today.
You're absolutely wrong. You are absolutely wrong.
No hat.
See, this is the thing. It's people who actually convert and become. I know people who are who look Asian. There's a reason why Nissim Black is a Haredi Hasidic Jew, and he went to the Stipler, and he didn't go to modern Orthodoxy because he would never be accepted in modern Orthodoxy.
What? Well, of course, you would be accepted, and the reason most converts don't become modern Orthodox is because no one wants to move from one extreme to something that sort of looks like the life I was living before. It's too confusing. You're going to tell someone that listen, you could be Jewish, but you could still do all the things that you did before, just a little different.
Right. You don't have a Jewish identity. And that's what I dislike about modern Orthodoxy. Yes.
Raj, how does someone become a guru?
Become a guru? You don't become a guru.
All right. So where do gurus come from, I guess?
The first guru, he's one with God, and then he is. Then when the disciple comes and proves himself to embody that consciousness, he gives him the stamp of approval, and he bows before the disciple, and then the guruship moved from the guru to the disciple, and then that is then formalized in the Khalsa, where then that's where it's like our baptism. And then when you participate in that, then you're part of the guru's body, because there is no human guru anymore, no singular figure. And there's the Guru Granth Sahib, which is the scripture, the Bani, the voice. And so the Khalsa are the ones who enact Bani. And Bani is a very peculiar kind of scripture. It's almost like only the book of Psalms, but for the whole thing. Something.
And they enact it, you say? They're like an embodiment of the scripture?
Yeah, but the scripture is all poetry and hymns, and there's not there's not any legalism in it.
So is there only one guru at a time?
No. Okay, you're not understanding.
There's not one anymore.
Okay,
there isn't one.
There's no human guru.
There was a guru. Now there's a Khalsa, which is many people. It is many
people, but they share in the body or spirit of guruhood.
Yeah. So the way the guru describes it is where there's one of my Sikhs, there's a disciple. Where there's two, there's Sangat or congregation. When there's five, there is my very own form itself. And so the idea is that
sounds
God
strangely
is
similar to some Christian things.
Yeah.
And so there's
on the Khalsa.
So, and what's the word? I'm sorry, for a person who is participating in guruhood.
The Khalsa, the pure
Khalsa, and they're, you said, one with God.
They are. It's the ideal. The guru was one with God. The Khalsa are the ones who are striving. They're kind of like, the way someone described it recently in a podcast I heard, is that they're like the civil servants of the Fang, or the whole Sikh community. So these are people who have dedicated themselves to serving all of the Sikhs. Whether you keep hair or if you don't keep hair, you're the person who is there to transmit Sikhi to the next generation.
Just to clarify for Sam, the Khalsa includes hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions. So we're not talking about.
So the guru is one with God, and then the Khalsa participate as the guru's body now.
Yes.
And so they have a oneness with God through the guru.
Yeah, like the goal is like the idea is you become so drenched in Barney and love that like that would be the ideal that you're manifesting, right?
Man, that's like so similar to the Gospel of John. It's almost eerie.
Judaism has, I'm trying to think if this relates, they have like the 36 righteous hidden Jews in every generation, and they protect the whole Jewish community, and they greet the face of the Shekhinah every morning, if I recall correctly. No one knows who these are. And when someone dies, people say like, "Oh, he was one of them." Like he was like a
Interesting. So one is aspiring to become sort of more and more cleanly participating in guruhood.
Yeah, you could frame it like that. Like you're trying to, like the big impediment in your life is homemade, I be. So this sense of my individual self that belongs to me. And what you have to do is, like, if you want to play this game of love with me, yeah. So there's the one of the lines from Barney goes, "If you want to play this game of love with me, chop off your head and use it as a ball." And then in the original establishment of the Khalsa, the Guru Gobind Singh Ji asked for the heads of his disciples, for 5 of them. And then they gave up their heads. And then after they had given up their heads, he then bowed to them. And he was then put into the Khalsa by them. So the master has to lower himself to the disciple, and he's signaling there that the community at large has become capable. That the guru is the servant of the ones who are the servants. It's it's
an inverted triangle.
If you seek to follow me, pick up your cross and follow me. Yeah.
Right.
I think what's interesting is that as you know, Raj, that period in Indian history was very, very sort of difficult, because you've got a massive invasion from outside of not only invaders, but actually invaders with a new religion coming into a very diffuse religious environment of Hinduism that didn't even call itself Hinduism at the time. It didn't have a name.
Right.
And the people who are Sikhs now and became a people, a clan or whatever you want to call it, but a group.
Yeah, we would consider ourselves a nation.
Group, a nation. Fine.
Yeah.
I didn't want to use that word without you giving it permission, so to speak. But it's very interesting that nation actually stood the barrier between the two groups, and that's where you live in the Punjab. It's a very difficult place to be, and that tension created that.
Yeah. And it's a very odd thing, because it's the relationship with God that provided nationhood.
Yeah. I could name probably only one other nation of a similar kind, where the religion and the nation are together so clearly and closely.
With Jacob, go ahead.
Me?
Well, I was going to ask Jacob, since Sam is here, do you mind if we switch gears for a moment or the conversation and talk about AI for a second? So, Sam, Jacob and I have this discussion often, and he's like, we'll wait for Sam, we'll wait for Yosef, they'll know. So, how long do you think it's going to take till AI or AGI, these are buzzwords today, start having changes that affect the human psychology or how humans see themselves?
I mean, I think in some sense that's already kind of happening, but the thing that I worry about or think about with respect to AI, at least currently, is I think part of the reason what's giving a lot of people a lot of confusion on this topic is I think human brains have very sophisticated inbuilt machinery for thinking about other minds, but we basically think that they're human minds like our minds. And we sort of have the category of person, not person, right? And we can deal with things like dogs, but even when we deal like dogs, I think you can see a lot of pet owners over personify their pets, right? Where it's this that this is a mind like my mind over fitting to an animal that isn't quite really a human. And that, throughout human history, we've never had to interact with minds more powerful than ours that are of a different species. I'll leave God and supernatural spirit beings out of the equation, but like fleshly brains, we've never interacted with anything smarter than us. And I think what's going on with AI is people are trying to figure out how to use their innate, that's a person hardware to understand what AI is doing. And I think so far this is causing great confusion to smart and not well-informed people alike. Like Sam Harris is like, oh man, it's going to get super intelligent. And then the first thing it'll do is try and take over the world. Well, humans have like this super long built-in desires for growth and conquest, or at least a fear that other people will try and do that to them. That when we think like, oh man, if I were really smart, or if my enemy were really smart, he would try and conquer me or I would try and conquer him. And so if this machine gets too smart, that's what it's going to do. But that's because humans have all of this evolutionary history that gives us these impulses and desires for conquest and reproduction and territory acquisition, etc. But artificial intelligence doesn't have any such desires, or at least not that we've dared to program it with. And so I think that a lot of what's going on is we're making AIs, especially ChatGPT, that are basically human text mimicry machines. And this is causing us to do all sorts of weird misfiring of attributing human motivations and abilities and constraints to it that is not true at all. But I mean, I think it's going to be really weird how to deal with all of this.
Well, part of the discussion we eternally have, and I say we need somebody like Sam and Yosef to answer, is I think Chezi thinks that within the next, 20, 30 years, we might have some sort of implant that communicates automatically in some way other than how we're doing, or that AI will have a type of intelligence which allows it to kind of be like a rabbi or be a spiritual leader or a political leader. And that's the type of societal change that Chezi often brings this technological advance into, where I think we're nowhere near the technology like that.
So Jacob, thank you for clarifying, because I was going to say I wanted to redirect a little. Aside from like the difference of how humans are different from AI, which was what you were sort of discussing, Sam, or like what the things we're trying to sort of map on. I'm relating to more what Jacob's talking about, where you could imagine even if in 30, 40 years, we just have 50% more time on our hands. Like, do we know what to do with that? And what does 40% more time on our hands mean to how we interact with each other? And my point being is that the religious institutions, specifically in Judaism, the religious code is based on a model of human, which has pretty much stayed the same. And my question is, when I suddenly have, I'm not even talking about Neuralink, but even if it's 100 years from now, I still think the conversation is relevant now. But if are we moving down the line with just changing how humans think, how humans interact, and how humans are playing this game, even if it's I have an AI that in my ear, right, which is not in my head, but it is seeing your micro expressions and then telling me what you're thinking, which then, like, do I think, should I give you the benefit of the doubt or no? If an AI is telling me not to give you the benefit of the doubt based on your interactions, that already has a religious implication, because I'm supposed to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Is that true when scientifically I'm being told that this guy's dangerous?
Yeah. I think that there are a couple things that AI can't do right now that are important. It has no such thing as comprehension. I'm not sure if we really quite know what comprehension is, but somehow we feel like I understand the words in my mind or I understand the words that you say. And as far as I think it would be completely ludicrous to attribute anything like comprehension to ChatGPT. There's like, what's that philosopher Searle and the Chinese room thought experiment, where like
what is that?
Okay, so like this philosopher, I think John Searle, who I believe is still alive, I just think he's really old, in like the 80s or something, came up with this thought experiment where imagine that you had a bunch of people in a room who had an instruction manual that if they got given certain Chinese characters, they look up in the instruction manual and then they hold up Chinese characters as the response. But none of them in the room know or speak Chinese. They have an instruction manual, just let's say in English, that says if you get this sequence of characters, hold up this sequence of characters. And they just look up in their rule book to do a bunch of if-then instructions. And we would agree that that room does not understand Chinese, even if they could somehow mimic Chinese comprehension. And ChatGPT is basically a giant Chinese room that if I get prompted with these things by the text response, hold up these things. It's a giant Chinese room thing, which is almost hilarious because it's kind of amazingly similar. It's not quite if-then statements, although in some sense it always collapses into if-then statements. But there's nothing like English comprehension going on inside ChatGPT. So I'm not quite sure how you know when something comprehends something or not. But I do think comprehension is a big deal, that artificial intelligence, it's not even like we're 5% of our way there or anything like that. It's just like, I don't think we're 0% of our way there. I don't think we have any idea what comprehension is, let alone how to make artificial comprehension. And I also think that we have almost no idea how to make artificial desire or artificial motivation or anything like that. Like all of these things that are machines that just input, response, input, response, input, response. It's not like ChatGPT when the servers are less busy at 2 a.m. American time are sitting there thinking to themselves, how can I take over the world now that I've got a little bit of extra computing bandwidth? You know, like they just solely respond. They don't do anything of their own accord or anything like that. And they have no autopoiesis. So there are all these things that are, it's not even like we're on our way to building them. As far as I know, there's like no, movement on a lot of these things. So I think to get something that's truly crossing some sort of uncanny valley, you need to start getting those things before you should be worried about it as an agent that's going to like try and think and do something to you.
Well, in terms of utility, though, are we
anywhere near, and I've heard from people who know better than me, but I don't know enough to evaluate, that it's all hype about like self-driving cars, that actually having a car that you can put in the middle of a parking lot and have it for itself decide how to get to the nearest street, as opposed to, like you said, the if-then statements of this is the map, and if you're in this lane and you're trying to go there, you do this, right? In order to have a truly self-driving car, it has to be more than that.
If then statements don't seem to cut it, which is, I think, the main reason why we don't have self-driving cars. It's weird. Like my 2-year-old daughter can drive one of those Barbie Jeeps in the backyard after approximately 5 minutes of instruction. And, she couldn't drive a car on the highway and stuff like that. But I was like looking at this, I'm like, this is unreal. There is no computer anywhere close with such a little amount of training that could do something as sophisticated as that. And like, I have no idea how a human can learn how to drive a Barbie Jeep car in the backyard at age 2. But there is something that a human has that enables that I think it's not just we're categorically far away from that. We're multiple categories of abilities that just don't even exist artificially away from
So
anything
what's
like that.
what's the fear, right? That we stacked computing on top of computing and we reached ChatGPT. So why is not everyone just like as chill as you right now, Sam? They're like, yeah, this is nothing. It's all like we're forever away. There's nothing here. There's no there.
Well, I mean, I do have some worries about it, and I expressed it on a different live stream, like AI super porn and, basically mechanized forms of preying on our weaknesses that hyper enable some of our vices to be exploited, and that causing people to get addicted to all sorts of things and zapping our energy and stuff like that. So I am genuinely worried about some of those things with the technology that either exists or seems to be existing the next year or two. But I like, the AI porn generator, it's not an agent. It doesn't have any desires. It is just this feedback production machine that like, oh man, this porn video that I made yesterday got 100 million clicks. This one got 50 million clicks. Make more like this, experiment in that direction. Okay, it's even more addictive. It's even more addictive. It's even more addictive. But there's no comprehension. It doesn't know what porn is. It doesn't know why this train of videos is getting the attention. But that's still dangerous. But in terms of it being like an embodied evil thing that has its own autonomy, its own autopoiesis, and its own desires, like I just think we thoroughly underestimate how complex of creatures we are. And how much of what we do and why we do what we do is not intelligence. It's something else.
Do you think, so I'm trying to, I hear what you're saying, and I'm trying to think also like, years into the future, AI together with biology. Do you not think there are any implications there for gene editing, for longevity, for super babies, super people? Like even if is it so crazy to think that together with AI and its computing power and where we are with science today, that we're not making babies that all have like a 200 IQ and like they're all like fit like LeBron James?
That's interesting. So one of the things that AI is currently relatively good at and getting a lot better is designing pharmaceuticals, where you basically say, I want a molecule that can cleave onto the, cell site protein cleavage place X. All right, design something that'll do that, and then that's one of the uses. And there's been a couple drugs that have come out already that I can't remember the names of which ones in particular, that were basically AI designed and it's basically playing the game of find a protein shape that can accomplish something. And then there's also something quite similar, which is here's a genetic sequence. What protein shape does this make? Which is another sort of game that AI's gotten pretty good at. So it wouldn't be impossible for me to imagine it trying to come up with ways of making a better organism that are faster than natural selection, because it's basically using its simulation of reality as a form of hyperspeed artificial selection without needing to create an organism and see if it dies or not. But it needs a very constrained problem to solve to do that. And so if it was like, I don't know, try and design a heart that is less prone to heart failure, that's still probably a scale of problem that it couldn't do yet. But if it were to like try and design a red blood cell that can run a marathon faster, that actually might be the sort of thing that it could do. And then, okay, so then here's a protein that's never been in a human body before, and we splice that into someone's DNA. That is a little bit interesting. But again, is that artificial intelligence that's like the fear?
Well,
or is
that
it
would
the
just
super
be-
people that are the fear and the societal competition to want my babies to be the super babies?
Well, that would be my point. That would still be AI giving us a tool that suddenly allows us to do, godly things, right? So
Yeah.
even if it's at the level of, like IVF, a couple goes in and just says, just give me the best genes that me and my wife have to offer,
Mm-hmm.
just the best of us. And why would you not do that? Again, like as a Jew, I think to myself, if I have the option in 10 years, 20 years from now, 30 years from now to when I have my baby, I buy the clone package where all his body parts are ready for him. So like there's implications of him being more risky, right? Jump out of that plane, run that thing. It's all good. You got a spare part. And the biggest question I always bring up is longevity. If I'm living till 150, or if I'm living till like 150 in a body of a 40-year-old, so that has major changes, like how, any political leader is in power for who knows how long. And you have like, how does that really, are we now going to be children till we're 30? And only then and I think that has large implications of how we socialize, how we interact. And maybe I'm wrong, but I would say, is that crazy to think that that's a reality in 30 years from now, 40 years from now?
Yeah, no, it's not crazy, or at least perhaps some minor versions of that. Maybe not the full-fledged kitten caboodle designed from scratch babies, but hey, do you want to add this gene, perhaps patented by, we'll just say Pfizer, pay Pfizer $100,000 and we'll go through the gene editing on either your embryo, your egg, or your sperm or whatever for trait XYZ for your baby. That's not impossible to imagine even in like 5 or 10 years, I think. And then, and that's going to create a very strange world. Yeah.
So Jacob, what would you think of an example like that if you have the option to tweak your child's IQ, right? So
I don't think that's a real technological option within the next 5 years, because
I think that could be. I think specifically tweak your IQ, or Pfizer patented gene sequence, blah, 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 has been shown in clinical trials to raise your kid's IQ on average of 20 points, something like that.
Sam, okay,
that is not far-fetched.
I have a friend who works on a particular genetic disease, and it's a real ethical question, because it's a disease that if you have the gene, you will get the disease.
Yeah, sure.
Right. And so there is the option of checking embryos after taking one cell out of an embryo and just checking if it has it.
Huntington's disease is that's a a well-known
That's-
one. Yeah.
That's
My friend
what
with it
my
died
friend
3 weeks
works
ago.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Hunting-
the one my friend is working on.
Yeah, I have a friend family who has Huntington's. So yeah, that one's absolutely terrible, and that's actually relatively easy to check for by the nature of the genetic problem that it is.
Exactly, it's relatively easy to check for, and so this is part of the eternal discussion that Chazi and I are having. Chazi thinks that the halakhic process is not updating fast enough, which to some extent I agree, because I don't think that the Jewish community is truly united in listening to the rabbis and allowing rabbis to make the type of decisions that they should be able to do. But I don't think that there's anything technologically right now which motivates that. And I certainly don't think there's anything politically which should motivate a change in our religion. I think mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu. We live in exile because of our sin, and exactly as the Rebbe said, the way forward is for us to become more religious, to actually care about what Torah already teaches more, and to not to try to innovate something that's different.
Halfway between Jacob and Hezi, maybe. I think that one of the weird things about evolution, or one of the weird things about, it's sort of my polar bear in the sky thing, is we don't actually know what is best, right? Like, even if I were to say, hey, take me and my wife's DNA, make a kid that's authentically a combination of that is one of the possible things that could have arisen naturally, and just do the best of that. It's like, okay, well, what do you mean by best exactly? Do you mean most likely to graduate high school? Do you mean most likely to make it to the Olympics? Do you mean most likely to live past the age of 90? Do you mean least likely to get cancer? It's like, and some of those things will start to tug on each other, right? Like, being the best Olympic athlete probably means that it's a sacrifice on longevity, because you want youthful vitality, right? Which is often so those two things might be in direct tension. IQ might be in direct tension with risk of mental illness, and those sorts of things. And there are all these sorts of trade-offs, and we don't really know what's best. And that sort of, that's one of my things that makes me slightly less fearful of AI, is that solving the question of what's best is often not just a matter of intelligence. And that AI will have to be going through the same natural selection process we are. And I view that as almost something of an equalizer, of a reason not to fear it as much, because it'll have to be solving the same problem space that we are, often by the same means. And that intelligence will make some problems easier to solve, but it's not actually as many of them as we might think. And it's often not quite as much of the important ones as we think, because holiness or righteousness or something like that is relatively orthogonal, I think, in many ways to intelligence.
So Ben asks a really good question. Well, he actually makes an important statement. If you abort a fetus that shows signs that it will develop Down syndrome, you are already doing a Gattaca. And this is something that is a moral question that is live and real. And there are countries with 0 people who have Down syndrome, and they're proud of
Iceland.
that.
Yeah. I don't think you could find a single Downs patient, child, human in Iceland.
Yeah. And I think, so this is not a question of, it's not a technological question, because we already have that question, and we've had infanticide for thousands of years. And frankly, that's all I think of people who abort a child because it has Down syndrome. It's infanticide. It's just infanticide a little bit earlier.
Yeah, infanticide without birth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to hear them crying on the hill.
Exactly. And so for me, it's like, okay, our real questions are the ethical, religious questions
technology has always been around. There's always been new technology. There was the printing press. The printing press was a huge revolutionary thing. But guess what? Actually, halacha, like, I don't think without the printing press, we would have had the Shulchan Aruch. And without the printing press and the Shulchan Aruch, Judaism would not be as monolithic, which is not very monolithic, but it's monolithic enough that we are a united community, which is really, really important. When somebody starts wearing the clothes of an 18th century Polish noble, that's them identifying with our tradition and who we are. And that's important.
First of all, that was my point being, so they wouldn't accept Moses, right? Because he doesn't look like what we are, right?
Can I go back to Moses?
Moses would wear a shtreimel.
Can I go back to Moses?
I got to run
back
people.
to Jacob.
Fun talking with y'all.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Dan.
Later, Steve.
I think one of the interesting things is that some of the most intelligent people I've ever met, some of the most clever people I've ever met, are Jewish. I have a friend at work, and so on and so forth. Yes. But actually, what's also true is I think that it's true that Judaism, in interior to itself, has more genetic diseases than almost any other group. And I think that, IQ is always better. But I think that actually what happens is that things are self-limiting in this world order that we live in. And I think that's built into the system. I think that's part of creation.
This is the argument.
Mankind.
This is the argument I end up talking to for the past 20 years with anti-Semites on whatchamacallit, on the various internet forums. Is they say they start pointing to the Jewish prohibition of marrying outside of your religion, and I point out to them that it's actually, if you're looking for genetic advantage, that's not, the endogamy is not something I would recommend at all, right? And if it wasn't a part of the Torah, I would be totally against endogamous communities. And I have to take it on faith that this was a decision God made to require endogamy within Judaism in very restricted ways, which do cause all kinds of problems. And genetic, like my family tree, unfortunately, it doesn't look so much as a tree. There's a lot of tangles, right? And that's something that I honestly, I have to take on faith, because yes, if you're just from a materialist, if you're just going by the science and Darwinism, then yeah, endogamy makes no sense.
It does for about 4 generations.
It does what?
For about 4 generations.
Okay.
Because if you like plants, if you breed plants in, you can actually do some really clever things with it. And I think that's part of the. But you say you're endogamous, but actually, obviously, this is a long, long time ago, back in many, many generations back. That whenever you took over an area, you kept the women.
Right, of course.
So you are going outside the community for that level of interaction. But yeah, I think that it's the natural system. So when I see my I see 2 very, very bright people from the same discipline marrying each other, I worry, because I've seen enough of that happening that actually produces autistic children, mostly on the science side. And it's like autism is actually the result of too much brightness being bred into you. And so I think that like Sam said, what is best, what characteristic, because my family, I'm I'm 5th generation. My son is 6th generation engineers. Now, for at least 3 generations, we've married nurses and medical people. And that seems to work quite well as keeping things moving. But, I think that it is interesting that, am I going to, therefore, do I want my son to go down to Pfizer with a request for the best engineer? Because that would be an interesting child. You'd have to give them Meccano and Lego at the age in their cots.
All right, let me touch on the whole integrating the Ethiopians, because there's a pretty direct analogy with the Orthodox Church, with the East Orthodox and the Oriental Orthodox, right? Because we definitely split at Chalcedon. I think the best way to do it is for both of us to approach genuinely, say, here's where we split, here's why we split, and give our theological reasonings for it. Just to approach it within our traditions, go back to that time period and hammer it out again. Obviously, like, we're gonna have to realize that we come from different traditions. Like, for instance, there's a point in Vespers where we say, like, one nature out of two, a co-essential divinity, consubstantial with the Father and incorruptible, something like that, which is completely Coptic. You never hear an East Orthodox person say that there's one nature out of two. But the East Orthodox also claim that Cyril, St. Cyril, who used that language, is within their tradition. So if they want to keep their claim that their theology is consistent with when we were one church, they're going to have to allow us who continue that theology of when we were unified to keep that theology. So, I mean, I don't agree with whatever Ethiopian Jews dressing up as 18th century Hasidus or whatever. But I think to resolve the whole tension between you guys, you're going to have to go and explain your, what's the text? The Shulchan Aruch? Something like that? Yeah.
Shulchan Aruch, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and that's, I kind of sort of agree with you. And again, the dress is a matter of identification, right? When you want to identify with a community, when you want to display your membership with that community, you dress like a member of that community. And that doesn't mean that you can't wear Chazi's shirt, but it does mean that you wear Chazi's yarmulke.
Yeah, but you can't exactly dress like two communities at once, you know?
Well, this is the funny thing. Yeah, go ahead, Chazi. You're muted, Chazi.
I'm going to need to leave in a second, so I just wanted to say, give like an example. So Ethiopian Jews pray the silent pray like this. And that's because they're calling down for, God to come down to them. And they were told, like, that's strange, don't do this. And they looked back at the majority of Jews that when they do the silent, excuse me, when they do the silent pray, they shuckle. And they're like, that's weird. Like, why am I being told that I can't do this?
I have no idea why they're being told they can't do that.
So, maybe, I don't know if this would be a point of disagreement or not. I'm not rushing to say that Judaism now needs to adopt the quote unquote, let's say, laxed version of Ethiopian Jews. However, let's say a rabbi is dealing with a Ethiopian, he should realize and be more sensitive to where the community, where he's coming from. And, for example, that like in Ethiopia, all the person that would perform the circumcision was a woman or the elder of the tribe, because they believe that they get that down from Moses' mother, from Tzipporah. Now, a rabbi should be able to look at that and say, okay, you don't need to do another circumcision now. But the Jewish community said, like, sorry, you need to do it again. And you had people, elders, saying, being told that, like, it's not good enough. And the question is, should it have been, that's not what we do anymore, but yes, that's good enough for us. And that, those are big, like, on the Sabbath, we don't hold any coins. We don't have any money with us. However, the Ethiopians that come to synagogue, they bring with them, either based on biblical verses, they bring with them an offering to the synagogue, whether it's food, and sometimes they have money in their pocket. And people from the community were going to them and saying, like, look at this is crazy. Now, there too, the attitude would be calmly and respectfully explain to them, but realize that that would be a process, and realize that while this is not something that now everyone in the Jewish community is doing, we could create a safe space, so to speak, for allow them to experience that reality, because it's legitimate in a certain sense, because it came out of history and into our reality again. And
Kazi, I don't understand who you're arguing with. Who disagrees with you?
I believe you were disagreeing with me earlier. But
I was disagreeing with you about that stuff, but the fact that we should calmly explain to them why in Shulchan Aruch, yes, and possibly Bedi Eved, their circumcision is...
That's the difference.
No, it cannot be lechatchila, Chazi. It cannot be lechatchila.
It can.
No, it cannot. And this is one of the things where that's why we need a religious hierarchy, and we need rabbanim, and we need people
leadership
who make that. Yes, we need people who can make those types of decisions, and it's everything that modern Orthodoxy has been dismantling, which is precisely what is necessary in a situation like that, because somebody has to make that decision. Yes, no.
I think it's sad that there is a big group in Judaism that sees them as half Jews or partially Jews or Jewish, but I would never let my daughter marry one of them. For example, whatever. I've spoken too much, Jacob.
No, I think anybody who uses half Jew obviously doesn't believe in halacha. I think you end up with things like that precisely when people don't actually believe in the authority of rabbis to bind and loosen on earth as in heaven. If Rabbi Breitowitz says it's fine, it's fine. And if Rabbi Breitowitz says it's not fine, it's not fine. And it's precisely that lack of kibbul ol, that lack of accepting the yoke of heaven, that is the problem.
Just the tension is with Ethiopian Judaism is this not like Reform Judaism or conservative Judaism that like branched off. This is saying I predate your whole conversation.
They also also branched off. They were an isolated community that unfortunately did not have access to. And honestly, I mean, it's the Jewish community is the Jewish community. And
so we're saying just like the famous, and I'll already end at this point, just like the famous Talmud story, which is it doesn't matter that you have the word of God, so to speak, or like the voice of God is coming from the sky, or that you have an actual tradition that guess what we know.
Because community matters. Yes, Chazi.
Right. So my point is you have a treasure trove over here, which it's silly for you not to try to tap into just because
who said no. The rabbis can't tap into. You're trying to tap into it because of your political motivations.
What am I? How am I tapping into it? What am I doing?
What we talked about it. No, seriously, it's like you can talk to Rabbi Breitowitz. He's down the road from you, and you've talked to Rabbi Shirky, and you can talk to the poskim, and to the degree that they want to do that, fine. But for me, it's a question of kibul ol, whereas for you, it's a question of no. These rabbis don't. I don't like the decisions that they make.
No, I think, and different rabbis told the Ethiopian community different things. Some of them told them that their red line is the Shulchan Aruch. Some told them that their red line is the Talmud, as in that's where they could go further back from the Shulchan Aruch, and that's fine. And I'm combining two, like the AI and the Ethiopian Jews, two of these topics together, because I see you have a pocket of an early tradition, and you're looking into the future. And if you want to realize how you need to potentially change and adopt, you should look back at this potentially authentic version of yourself, see where you are now, and see how you move forward.
And Rav Ovadia Yosef wasn't doing that when he was paskening on the Ethiopians?
He did, and much of the Sephardic community still didn't accept his decree and made them do.
Right, and you're 100% right that not listening to Rav Ovadia Yosef is the problem. I 100% agree with you that people should have listened to Rav Ovadia when he made that psak din. But the problem is not that Rav Ovadia was making mistakes or not looking here or that. The problem was kibul ol, as it always is.
Right, but here was the reverse. He said they're legit, and the community is like, no.
How is that reverse? Yes, exactly. That's always the problem. The person who's machmir here more than the rabbis say will be mekel here more than the rabbis say, because it's about them as opposed to submission to legitimate rabbinic authority. And yes, there's a question, what is legitimate rabbinic authority? But Rav Ovadia Yosef wowed the entire religious world. There's nobody who dares to say Rav Ovadia did not have the shoulders to make a psak din. That's why I talk about putting pictures of your father up, and I talk about putting pictures of the Yunuka up, and I put pictures of the Rebbe up, because there is the main problem is not how the rabbis go about. The halachic process is beautiful, and frankly, I love it. And everything you've claimed is your criticisms of the halachic process. I don't even see anybody disagreeing with you.
I don't think we're disagreeing on that point. I think where we disagree is how quick the change should be and what are the boundaries of said change. However,
what do you think stops the rabbis from making more changes?
When I say political pressure, I don't mean I mean political pressure from their communities. Sometimes lack of knowledge. Sometimes just their own fear of sort of moving the needle.
Exactly.
And sometimes that's coming from it's ill-advised. It's coming from a good place. Like I think some of them feel like they're not worthy to really change that or make those changes. But on that note, Jacob, thank you for a fantastic space and a fantastic conversation. And
it's been a pleasure to meet you, Shazi.
It was a pleasure to meet you too, Guy. Chad, good luck with your Mo. And Andrew, do your thing.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later, Chazi. I think Chazi was right when he said that part of the problem is that rabbis, and it's because they realize the community will not listen to them, right? There's only so much only so much capacity you have when people don't actually listen to you.
Yes, and I think it's interesting, isn't it, that the rabbi you were talking about, Yosef,
Ovadia Yosef, yeah.
Yeah.
His last name is Yosef, yes.
Okay. Rabbi Yosef, he had the shoulders. It's interesting that that's a great way of describing it, to make a decision. But even he couldn't get the community to follow him.
Well, the community mostly did. No, that's so. Rav Ovadia Yosef mostly, but if he had, there were certain things. So, for example, he said that Chezi on Passover could eat corn,
right.
And that is a huge issue in Israel, and lots of people were like,
as in maize.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
So that's a huge that's one of the things that he tried to enact. That actually, the funny thing is now more and more, even though this was something he said like 30, 40 years ago, and he passed away like 10 years ago, I think. It's becoming, it's actually kind of sort of happening.
These things happen. Generational effect.
And it takes a bit of wisdom. Like Rav Ovadia, it's not like I thought he was the wisest man in the world. I mean, while I do have a picture of him around here somewhere, and I do have one, his son's book that anthologizes his things. Like, I don't think he was like the Rebbe in his capacity. The Rebbe's capacity to see important things, I really believe, was guided by the Spirit in a way that was just beyond. Rav Ovadia Yosef was an incredibly smart person, and he demonstrated a lot more wisdom than a lot of people, and that's why he was who he was. And hopefully the Yanuka, he's at age 34, he's showing himself to be someone like Rav Ovadia Yosef. But for me, the issue is not that I think the Yanuka is not taking into consideration enough science or other things. I think he's taking into consideration as much science as he possibly can. Like, I don't think he has some sort of like, no, I will not listen to scientists thing. But ultimately, he doesn't have, people don't listen to him. If he were to say something that people don't like, they would ignore him. And it happened even with the Rebbe inside Chabad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying earlier about becoming a rabbi. And it's interesting about Raj and becoming guru, because that was, I think to him, it was a question he hadn't really asked before to himself. But it was important, because how do you become a teacher? How do you become a pastor? How do you become a leader in a community? And yes, there's a certain amount of knowledge, there's a certain amount of inheritance, but actually, if you don't have wisdom to lead the community well, and visibly and respect for the community itself as well, then you can't lead. You can't become the rabbi. You can't become the internal leader. And I think that's one of the interesting things about Paul, is that, you know, he's created a community around him, but it's because of who he is, because of the nature of his of who he is, that this little community can exist.
Chad agrees.
Chad agrees, definitely. And I would like to say as well that we Christians also went through that very difficult phase, especially with getting Gentiles in. I've just been reminded that daily reading today in the Bible was Peter and being offered a tablecloth full of slightly non-kosher food.
Slightly, yes, lizard. Slightly.
So non-kosher they don't even dare mention what they were, but they including reptiles. But the change, he had to go back to Jerusalem and explain it to the brethren, who then went, "Oh, okay, so that makes sense," and did accept it. And then you find out Paul going back 15 years later and having to go through the same argument and discussion, because people hadn't really accepted it, and there were enough people being awkward out in the boonies
that you had to go back to headquarters and say, look, let's just sign this one off properly and get all the chief rabbis of the day, i.e. the disciples, the apostles, to say, yeah, we can accept non-Jewish people in with a couple of considerations on that.
Well, I have to say, like, part of my discussion with Father Stephen DeYoung, and that's why I'm going to end this chat at the top of the hour, because we do have our Bible study later tonight, and it's quite likely Father Stephen will show up. So like I understand your point, although I have to say your interpretation of Acts is exactly what Father Stephen and I have been talking about.
Interesting.
His interpretation of Acts is very, very different from what we are used to, at least in the United States, certainly in Protestant circles. And I keep on telling him I expect him to be burnt at the stake as a Judaizer any minute now. And he tells me that what he says is not controversial within at least his church, which is surprising. I mean, he's writing the curriculum for Sunday schools in the Antiochian church, and he's writing books that are being widely disseminated within Eastern Orthodoxy, and he does lecture at Eastern Orthodox seminaries. So he's been very influential. But the description of Christianity he gives is qualitatively different, I would say, from what I've seen in terms of Western Christianity, in how it interacts with Judaism.
Before I forget, Jacob, Justinian. I know you're interested with him on him like outlawing the Shema and other stuff like that. I'm pretty sure Justinian was leaning into a whatever state religion or whatever. Because, I mean, you can see it with him trying to rejoin with the Church of Rome, right? He conquers everything over there, and he spends so much money that they cannot hold it for more than a decade. And he tries getting the Pope's help too, by having talks with him on Chalcedon, and he gets nowhere with that. And he even marries a Miaphysite to try and just join the whole church together. But that doesn't work, so he starts persecuting everyone. So,
I mean, Justinian only matters to me as long as Christians still think of him as a saint. And that's the question. Is he a saint or not? That's not a decision I can make. But if Christians believe Justinian to be a saint, that tells me that that's not a Christianity I feel comfortable saying is a continuation of Second Temple Judaism, Judaism as Jesus and possibly Paul. I mean, again, Father Stephen DeYoung has his very peculiar interpretation, which I would be more than happy for him to convince other Christians of, and it's possible that he will. I personally have not been convinced that Paul was preaching what, and I've been trying to squint very hard and see that, but I don't see Paul within Judaism being true. If it is, great. And even if it's not, if Christians believe in Paul within Judaism, I certainly prefer it to actual Paul.
Well, I've got no idea about Paul within Judaism, but I don't think Justinian's a saint. So,
Yeah, I one of the very beginnings, before, as we first interacted, and you probably didn't interact with me, but I interacted with you, Jacob, a long time ago, was about Paul not being your favorite person, and and I had just literally read 8 to 10 inches of about Paul by my fellow Englishman N.T. Wright. And it was very interesting. And I know you've read some N.T. Wright.
I haven't actually read him. So N.T. Wright, he's New Perspectives in Paul. And Paul within Judaism takes that even further to the point where it's something. So yeah, I prefer New Perspectives of Paul to old perspectives of Paul. Yeah, 100%. And Paul within Judaism is even better. But ultimately, I think the old perspectives in Paul are the old perspectives in Paul because they're the historically accurate perspectives in Paul. I think Paul did hijack Christianity from Jesus and his family.
All right, with that, I gotta head out. So.
Shall we call it a day? Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, I think I'm going to end the broadcast here.
God bless you both.
You as well.
God bless.